Hey, happy hump day, everybody. It's Wednesday. What's up? What's up? June 7th, 2023. We're moving right along. Good to be here with you guys once again today. Great to have you all here. Thank you for joining me. All you awesome meatballs in the house here, floating around in the sauce with the Dago. I am super excited to see you guys today. We got some new docs that were dropped, guys. We're going to review that and whatever else we may get into, guys. We do have a special guest joining us tomorrow. We'll be talking about that here in a moment. Mama Bear is not with us today, but she will be back tomorrow, folks. So, as I always say, let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Hey, what's up? What's up? Everybody. Good to see ya. Thanks for joining me today, guys. Welcome back. Good to be here. Good to have you here. Hope everybody's having a great start to their hump day. Happy Wednesday, everyone. Hope you guys had a great night last night. I did. Great to be here with you guys. Always happy to see you guys. Let me see. Who is in the house today? Hey, let's see. It's Rumsey. Good to see you. Mr. Andrew Bogner. Great to have you here. Miss Sherry's in the house. Wisdom speaks. Yes, she does. No chains no more. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us. Party of 5. Great to have you here. Miss Kelly Coker's in the house. Great to have you. Happy birthday, Miss Kelly. How are ya? Great to see ya. Miss Angela's in the house. Thanks for joining us today. Always happy to see the lovely Mrs. M. Thanks for joining us, Mrs. M. Yvonne Montez. Welcome. Great to have you here. Dolphin 517. Great to see you. Randy Furr. Welcome, bro. The Evil CJ show's in the house, everybody. Hey, what's up, CJ? Good to see ya. The housewives here, folks. The Rhode Island housewife. Good to see ya. Mrs. Lori Smith, welcome. Great to have you back. Always happy to see you guys. Our lovely Miss Heather's in the house. If I didn't say that already, I got to say it again because she's so awesome. One of my great moderators. Gotta love it. Sweet and Salty's in the house. Great to have you here. Mrs. Margaret Hofer, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Let me see. Mikey S., welcome back, brother. Good to see you. Chick Antiques in the house. Welcome. Good to have you. Miss Lisa Barr, welcome. Good to have you. Mama Bear's in the chat today, folks. There she is. Mama Bear. We miss you. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Where we at? Miss Noni's in the house. Thanks for joining us again. D Smalls, welcome back. Gordon Shumway, my brother. Good to see you. Miss Brandy, the OG. Welcome, darling. Great to have you back. Always another one of my great moderators. Thank you for being here with us today. Miss Prying Paula, great to have you back. Good to see you. I got to do the whole name, remember. Anna Flavia Constantino, great to have you. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us again, Anna. Astrid Parker, good to see you. Daisy Dead's in the house. Morning. Good to have you here. Let me see. Who am I missing? Am I missing anybody? Did I get you all? Courts and Cole, always happy to see you. Thanks for joining us. Firefly's back. Great to see you. Eddie's in the house. Let's do this slow and sure. One made nut. Good to have you. Wheezy, great to see you. Thanks for joining us today. CL, welcome back. Great to have you. Good golly. Miss Molly's in the house. Another one of my amazing moderators. Thank you for being here, Molly, dear. We love you. Did I miss anybody? Jeffrey. Mr. Jeff's in the house. Good to see you, Jeff H. Thanks for jumping back in, brother. Appreciate you so very much. Strutter 614. Great to have you. I don't know No. We're not talking to me today. I think that did it. Miss Tracy's in the house. Great to see you, Tracy. Thanks for joining us. Polly, Miss Pamela's in the house from the UK. Cindy Ann, buongiorno. Welcome. Good to have you back. Dina Marie. I'm all behaved today. I hope so, my dear. Thank you for being here. Welcome back, Tamara. Good to see you. Pixie T, good to have you. Bix Logic is back. Good to see you. There she is, Miss Carolyn. Welcome back, my dear. Great to have you here. Truth Seeker, aren't we all? Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Kimmy Q, great to see you. Miss Kendra, True Crime Goth, great to have you back. Evie Marie, always happy to see you, darling. Thanks for joining us today. I think I got everybody, guys. If I did not get you, it's not personal. My eyes have played tricks on me at times. Great to have you all here. So very happy to see you guys. So very much, guys. Do me a favor, as you all know what I'm going to say. On your way in that door, please leave me some DNA on that like button. Please. Share this out, friends and neighbors. The milkman, the mailman. Hell, some guy driving down the street, yell it to him. Go watch the Dago at the True Crime Cafe. See what he says. He'll probably call the cops on you. Who knows? Whatever. Share it out to whoever you want to, whoever you can. Pink Butterfly, great to see you. Thanks for joining us. Beyond the BS, thanks for joining us. It's great to have you back. I hope you're having a great day. The Ice Cream Man. Amen, Molly. There you go. What is this going on in the background here? Okay. I think that is everybody. And if not, like I said, I'll catch you up here as we go. Sarah, it is live. We are live. Taxi Slut 61. Welcome. Good to have you. Mama 4. Welcome. Good to have you. Is my brother Mikey here? I have not seen him yet. Where are you at, Mike? Are you in here? I don't see you. Well, Mikey, if you're in here, I love you, brother. Thanks for jumping in. Miss Leah Story, welcome. Good to have you here. Buenos Aires, good evening from Rome, as Cindy Ann says. Rome, Italy. Gotta love it. Buongiorno to you. Buenos Aires. Did I miss a name? Lynn 69, good to see you. I think I did. As you guys are coming in, guys, do me a favor. If you're okay with it, let me know where you guys are tuning in from. Please, if you would. There we go. Anina V's doing it already from Finland. Welcome. Good to see you. Karma Police is in the house, guys. Put your hands up. There's Mikey. Good to see you, brother. Cowboy, let's go. Hey. I want to be a cowboy. Remember that song, guys, from the 80s? Yeah. All right. And Rumsey says Indianapolis. Randy First says PA. We're neighbors, Randy. Becky Schneider. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Georgia. Diane Crawford's in Utah. Awesome. Dolphin. Roll Tide. That's right, Miss Lori Smith. Alabama's in the house. Roll Tide. Gina Marie's in West Palm Beach, and I am damn jealous, Gina. Jazz Kings in Texas. Hey. A lot of crazy stuff going on around Texas, folks, for sure. Good to see you guys. Miss Lynn 69 says, I'm tuning in. Where did it go? My tie. I'm going to have to slow it down. I'm tuning in from Dorset in the southwest of England, UK. That is so awesome. Eddie's in Minnesota. Awesome. Firefly's coming from Port St. Lucie, Florida. Great to have you here. We got Miss Paula. We're neighbors as well. We got Kentucky in the house. The Karma Police is in Northern England. I guess we're okay for right now, as long as we're not over there. Let's see. Let's see. Hey, Salty. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Come on in, everybody. Let's see. Anybody else? Mama Four's out of Cali. Awesome. Awesome. Noni McPoppins. I'm in between Atlanta and Athens, Georgia. That's awesome. Georgia Peach in the house. Very, very much awesome. The Richard. Good to see you, brother. Aloha Nui Loa. Make her look Dresden, Germany. Awesome. Great to see you. That's Samira Davi. Welcome, Samira. Great to have you here. Miss Carolyn says Canadian wildfires polluting the East Coast today. Smoke all the way to Ohio. So far, so good, Carolyn. Thank you. I have not seen nor smelled that yet. I heard about it. I think we're okay for right now. Richard, thanks for joining us today. Let me see here what we got. Dolphins saying peaches. So we got another Georgia peach in the house. I'm going to guess. Tutta bene, belladonna, Cindiana. Vaha. Miss Constantino knows what she's talking about. There you go. South Africa's in the house, Nat Cat. That is so super awesome. Oh, yeah. Atlanta Dolphin says that's right. Let me see. Chick Antique. She's a Jersey girl. How about that? Gotta love that. Always wanted to go to Jersey. Never been there. Hello from Ohio, Bobby J says. Hello back to you, neighbor. We got another Buckeye in the house. Of course, T2014's in Nova Scotia, Canada. That's awesome. Party of Five says it's bad here, bad air quality. I'm sorry to hear that, guys. That's horrible. Pappy Man, what's up? Pappy Man, good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining us today. Fallen Angel says she's tuning in from Scotland. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. It's great to have all of you guys in here from all over the world, folks. That is absolutely amazing to me. That's why I love doing this. Beautiful rain here today, making my garden grow. Amen. We need some rain. We haven't had any rain in about a month, folks. Of course, we know Miss Brandy is down in Arkansas. Born and raised in Ohio, though. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Cammy Q says West Coast is the best coast. I don't know about that, but I'll give it to you. Pixie T, I'm up in the north of the UK where it's grim and cold today. I'm so sorry to hear that, dear. It's cool seeing all these other countries popping up. I'm born Chicago burbs. Ain't nothing boring about that, brother. Oh, I'd love to go into Scotland myself, brother, and Ireland. I've always wanted to go there. For sure. We got our windows and doors locked down. Orange alert. It's the worst I've been since. Damn. Sorry to hear that, chick. Sorry to hear that. Nothing like summertime chi. Let me see. Sorry, folks. Let me see. Midakui Oyasen again. I'm not seeing that name. I don't know why. Sunshine's saying I'm from the south of UK. We got a lot of UKers in here, guys. I love it. I absolutely love it. Look at you, Diggo. I got international sauce. That ain't no lie, folks. She is not lying with that one. Absolutely, Mr. Cowboy. We love opinions in here. That's a fact. I think I got everybody. And we got some Michigan peeps in here. So bees it. Come on in, everybody. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in here. Have a conversation with me. Get comfortable. Find a seat. We got plenty of it. Good morning to you. Love you madly. Good to have you here. Miss Molly, we know, is in Idaho. I know we had some people in Idaho. I did, Miss Heather, and I sent you one back. Did I miss something over here? Because I swear I did. I knew it. Where did it go? It never showed up on the other side over here, which is very weird. I don't understand that. Mikey S., I thank you for the super chat. I don't know why it didn't show up in the StreamYard stream, which is weird. But I saw it on the other screen I have over here. So I appreciate you, brother. And it says for getting me through a day, a tough day. Rest in peace. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Mikey. I just went through that last month with our dog Oscar. We had him for 18 years, guys, and he's no longer with us. It was a rough week. So thank you for that, Mikey. More than thank you for that. I appreciate you so very much. It's great to have you here today, Evil CJ. Thanks for joining us. Let's see here. I may ask you, Mr. CJ, if you're interested, after we talk about the documents, to jump up here if you'd like to jump on panel today with us and have a conversation back and forth about this scenario. Good to see you, D. Smith. Always happy to have you here. That's, of course, if you're interested in that, CJ. I'm getting there, Willow. I'm working on it. Hopefully, I'm trying to get to the doctor's on Friday. So thank you, Truth Seeker. I appreciate that. Natalie B, love you. Love to see you here today. I don't know what the hell I was saying, but there it is. Thanks for being here, Natalie. We appreciate you. As I do all of you guys. All right. Bitchy Bookworms in the house. Good to see you. I'm sorry for laughing, guys. That's funny to me. I'm sorry. JB Gunner called Tyler Feller duck lips. Wow. JB is a trip. I'm telling you right now. He's one in his own, folks. You either love him or you hate him. One way or the other. I have no issues with JB. I like him because he's straight to the point and he tells you how it is, period. Duck lips, huh? That's just too much. Stevie's in the house. Yes, Miss Brandy, I will, my dear. Thank you. As soon as I find it, let me find it here. You guys let me know if the chat starts moving too fast and I will slow her down for y'all. Oh, man, that's too funny. Thank you for throwing that out, Bookworm. I appreciate that. It was kind of... I don't make fun of other creators, guys. I don't, I'm not saying anything bad about Tyler Feller. I'm not a fan of his. I never have been. But that's just me. You know what I mean? That's me. We don't have to like each other 100%. We all try to support each other. I'm sure most of us do. But I'm just not a fan of fellers. And you know, more power to how he does things. Whatever he does, it is what it is. That's funny though, the duck lip thing. Welcome, Michigal. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us today. I don't know if you heard what I said there, CJ. If you're interested, sir, at some point, I'd like to welcome you to the panel today. A little conversation, if you're into it, my friend. If not, no pressure, no worries. Good to see you, Willow. Thanks for joining us, Miss Marie Duffy. Welcome. Good to have you. Christopher Myrick, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Again, Tracy, if I didn't say it already, welcome. Good to have you here. At work till 4. Okay, no worries, bro. I gotcha. Anytime, you know, you're welcome to jump up here. I got you though. Completely understand. No worries, Bull. Beyond the Bull. No worries at all. We'll get you set up and going. Tomorrow, folks, we are having Mr. Rory from Thou Shalt Not Kill True Crime is going to be our guest tomorrow. We're going to get him up here, introduce him to everybody the right way, have a nice conversation with him. Miss Annie Potts in the house. Good to see you. Did I miss anybody else by chance? You're not missing much, Kendra, just so you know. Sorry. I'm just, like I said, I've never been a big fan. I'm not going to talk that bad or down on him or his channel at all. I don't do that to anybody. But I'm not a fan. You gotta, you know, I don't even know how to say what I'm trying to say. I just never been a fan. I'll be honest. So that's all. Mr. Lance, good to see you, bro. Fupa's in the house. Good to see you, Fupa. Thanks for joining us, dear. There's the link, guys. For those of you that don't know who Rory is from Thou Shalt Not Kill True Crime, thank you, Heather. The link is up on the screen right now, guys. If you haven't checked him out, go over there, show a little bit of love, subscribe if you would, and check out his stuff. He's definitely been busy, folks, in the Idaho case. He's got boots on the ground. He's been walking place to place to place to place. Well, not always walking, but traveling over in Moscow there, checking out, getting details, asking the hard question, as he says, trying to get the truth like the rest of us. And you got to love it. You got to love it. I had a good conversation with him last night. A good couple hours, roughly. And, you know, we're on the same page on a lot of things, folks. So I want you guys to meet him formally. And that will be tomorrow, again, between 12 and 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. So I hope to see you all here for that. Katie Perrin, welcome. Good to have you here. Stevie Irwin, I'm live. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Samantha Terry, welcome back. Great to see you. Pink Butterfly, if I didn't see you, I see you now. Welcome. Good to have you. You really do try and show every creator respect. I do, truthfully, and I have no reason not to. I have no reason not to, folks. Strutter614, great to see you. Again, I say this time and time and time again, folks. We all need to support each other in this community. The true crime community is one in itself. Okay, it's all separate from everything else, and I pray that we're all out for the same end result, and that's true justice for the victims and families that go through these horrifying things, guys. And that is why I do try to support any other creators that are in this. It's not an easy thing to do, guys, on a daily basis, okay? I'm out here 5, sometimes 6 days a week, sometimes twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day. It just depends on what's going on. I put a lot of time into this, a lot of effort. My moderators, they do the same. They work endlessly with this with me. I have a great team of people in here. that we work side by side doing what we do to try to bring you the absolute best knowledge that we can on what's going on with these cases. Um, and in return, you guys show us the respect that you do and support the channel like you do. And we love you guys for that 100%. Just so you know. But that is why I try to support and show respect to every other channel that I can. Welcome, Lisa. Oh, good to see you. There's a lot of us out here, guys. Truth and Transparency, Publicly Buzzed, The Drunk Turkey Show, what used to be called The Opinionated Idiot. He has now changed his format up a bit and changed his name to Talk Live, I believe it is. Brian over there, I let me see here. Unique Van Life. She has a channel that, Evil CJ, of course, Thou Shalt Not Kill. And there's many more. Jules of All Trades. Jules is down. What do you mean, Christopher? Thank you, Miss Brandy. I appreciate that, dear. Of course, Harsh Reality. We definitely cannot miss him. Harsh Reality, he's great. You got to check him out. He's hilarious. I love his stuff too. I'm not even gonna go there, Bookworm. Not gonna do it. There's the link. Thank you, Heather, for the Drunk Turkey Show. For those of you that haven't checked it out, check them guys out. Daniel and the boys over there, they got a great show going on. Always on point. And I've been a guest on their show. I love it over there. As has Jules. Jules has been over there as well. And it is one big community, folks, in my opinion. Okay. And that's the way I like it. We all need to work together. Something me and Rory were talking about last night, that he's sick of seeing everybody going after each other. We're all supposed to be out here to try to find truth and justice for the crimes that we're talking about. And going against each other is not going to do that, folks. That's going to make it worse. That's not the goal we're looking for. So that is why I work alongside with these people, or try to, and these other channels, to make things happen the right way. I can't talk today. Sorry. That's what it is called. Let's Talk Live. That's right. There's a link for that for anybody that hasn't checked them out. Go check them out. And of course, my brothers over at Publicly Buzzed. That place is so awesome. I love going over there as often as I can. Stevie and Dan got a great show going over there as well. Check that one out too. Publicly Buzzed. I do believe they're on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, I think. And Friday, they have Feral Fridays. I may be wrong on the days. I know Fridays are right because that was the night that I was on their channel with them. Blah, 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 blah. It's great. Thank you, Rose. And there's, of course, the lovely Jules of All Trades. There's the link for her channel. We love Jules over here. I consider her a sister channel. We work side by side with a lot of stuff that we do. She's absolutely amazing, and you cannot go wrong checking out her stuff, guys. So show some love. If you haven't, go over there and subscribe as well, if you would. That's right. We love our brothers Buzz. That's my Buzzed family, as I call it over there. There's a link for CJ's channel, guys. Evil CJ. Check that channel out as well. You can't go wrong. Again, like I said, there's quite a few of us over here. I know you guys are getting linked out right now, but we got to support each other, folks. And I will, even if nobody else does, I will support and promote any other channels that I can. That way we all can work together and do what we need to do. Thank you so very much, Kelly. I try very hard to keep it that way. I have for the time that I've been out here. It is a job at times to do that, but you know what? It's worth it. It definitely is. Of course, don't forget Truth and Transparency with Miss Lana. Again, that's another channel. You either love her or you don't love her. It goes one way or the other. I have a tendency to love her channel because she's very to the point. People have issues with her, and that's okay. I get it. You know, not everybody's gonna like everybody I do, and you don't have to, guys. Um, Lana is pretty good at getting factual information, and she puts her point out. How can I say this? Somewhat harsh sometimes, okay, but she still does it. So, and I respect that because again, in the end, she wants the same end result that we all do, and that's justice and truth to come out, and that's what it's about, guys. So don't forget that. Welcome, Mr. Antonucci. It's good to see you again, my friend. There you go. There's a link for Lana. Lana is thorough. She's tough. I agree, but she's thorough, guys, and that's what it's all about. Again. All right. And you know what, Pixie, that's true. Sometimes people don't take Lana the wrong way at the beginning when she first comes off, you know. She grew on me as well. I thought she was really like rough around the edges when I first watched her show the first time. And harsh, but I did notice that at the end of the show, the first one I watched, that I was very well informed, and it was good information, and it was you know, somewhat entertaining in a sense, you know, so it made it worth it to watch me. So again, that's why I definitely talk about it. And a lot of people I've noticed, as I was talking about unique van life, she was here yesterday on panel. She talked. We talked about some things, and she's been struggling with how to do what she's doing. And I tried to help her a little with some advice yesterday. I'm not, you know, I'm not Dr. Phil, guys. I'm just giving based on my experience. It's not an easy thing to do, okay? And I explained to her, she came out running and she's grabbing everything she can and throwing it out. And I said, we can't do that. You got to slow yourself down, center in, and concentrate on what you're doing, and take your time. Okay, there's no rush. There's no rush. Take your time. And so I like to give everybody a chance to see what they're doing, you know, and to try to do the best they can. And I think she took the advice I gave her, and she's going to use that and push forward, I hope. So just try to be kind is what I'm saying, folks, and understand what people go through. You know, she's going through other things in her life as well, just like we all do. And at the end of the day, if you still can't see through that and you're not comfortable, then you don't have to watch. You know, that's how it is. And I get it. I do get it. There's people that I just don't care for at all, and I can't watch. You know, and that's okay. We don't have to like everyone, like I said. But I do try to support, push, and promote anybody else that is in this scenario. For sure. Or in the true crime, Sleuthy Goosey. She's awesome. You know, she's been in here a few times. She puts out great content, and again, wants truth and justice just like the rest of us. So, you know, these are things that it's up to you to decide who you like or dislike. Again, you don't have to take it from me who you're going to like or not like. It's what you choose. But I'm just saying, give it a chance with these channels sometimes. And if you still come out of it and you're not happy with it, then it is what it is, folks. I get it, you know? Thank you, CJ. I appreciate that so very much. I appreciate that as well, Christopher. You're in my top 5. I love to hear that. That's a good one. Good comment there. I appreciate that so very much. Thank you, Miss Paula. Dago and Jules are my favorites, so I'm glad to know I'm somebody's favorite. That's a good feeling. Makes me feel like I'm doing something right. They told me it wasn't that Lana uses an in, and this one spells it out. So, Slammy, we are a small community. And obviously, everyone knows the original True Transparency, no change, no more. Well, and there, I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, guys, you guys choose you guys know what you like and don't like, and that's all. I just said I promote the channels and support the channels because we're all trying to do the same thing. The channels that I feel are not out there for truth and justice, that are not out there to try to do something for the good, then I just don't support those ones. That's all. That's how I differentiate them. That's all. Well, thank you, Pop. Happy man. I do appreciate that as well. I've never seen those, Jeff. There's some channels I don't even know exist, guys. I'll be honest with you. I've been finding that out recently. Sunny Justice at It's a Criming Shame. That's a cool name. Never heard of it, but it's a good point there, Rumsey. As a viewer, the advantage I have is able to take personality from each creators that have their strengths. Gotcha. Good to see you, Afro. Thanks for jumping in today. Appreciate you so very much. T2014 as well. I don't know if I said that earlier. CL, great to see you. And that's what I don't care for, CL, especially at this point. I feel like any channel that's spreading misinformation for clicks is only about them. They don't care about justice. These are facts, and there's quite a few channels that do that, guys. I'm not saying good to see you, Yanana. Welcome. I'm not saying that there's channels out there that cover nothing but like conspiracy theory and so on and so forth. That's not it's not always a bad thing, is what I'm saying. I don't care for that myself. I don't do that, but it does draw, the conspiracy channels, they believe what they believe, and that's okay. There is some truth to some conspiracy at times, folks. Just that's what I'm saying. I have listened to conspiracy channels and I found facts embedded in there that I've taken and gone and looked into, and I've pulled something out of it. So there is that. Understand that. Welcome, Shelly Hawk. I'm growing on you. Well, that's good to know. I hope it's not a fungus, but as long as it's a good thing, that's all that matters, Shelly. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. Harlot Oscara, good to see you. If you agree with that, hold on a minute. What did you say? There it is, Harlot. Sorry. If you agree with that comment, why would you promote TSNK? TSNK. What is TSNK, Harlan? I'm sorry. My phone is not. It's over here somewhere. Are you guys getting a noise or something? Oh, God, I'm so sick of this. Hold on a minute. That should be. I don't know where this sound is coming from. My mic is. Let me check my connections. Okay. All right. How's it sound now, you guys? My phone wasn't really that close, but I did move it again. I'm sorry about that. Hopefully, I got some equipment I'm trying to put together here soon. And hopefully that'll change some things up. Thank you, CJ. I appreciate that. You don't know if TSNK is missing. Okay, what is TSNK is what I'm asking. Truth and transparency. I don't know which one that is, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not getting the abbreviation for it. TSNK. Trying to think here. Oh, Rory's channel. Okay, I got you. Sorry about that. So why are you asking that question is what I don't understand. You know, my phone is completely away from me now, like completely away. Okay. Okay, here's the thing, folks. Some people believe that Rory's putting out misinformation, so on and so forth. When I spoke to him, okay, last night, we talked about stuff like that. I get it. I get it. Not everybody's going to believe or agree with different things, okay? Shattered Dimensions, good to see you. Okay. Jennifer, good to see you as well. Gaya Daguchi, good to see you. Yeah, I got it. I'm sorry that I didn't get the whole TSNK thing. My apologies. It's a newer channel, so I wasn't putting the two together. The way that he explained it to me is he gets the information that he gets, okay? He's never came out and said that that is God's word, that's, you know, exactly 100% what he believes. Just like he told me last night, guys, he's still trying to find out the truth. He's looking for clarification and to be able to verify the things that he's getting as well. All right, that's what I mean. So we're all on the same scenario doing that. And the fact that the man is on the ground going place to place, he needs a lot of credit for that, in my opinion, because not a lot of us are able to do that. You know what I mean? And he's doing it, even if it could be a dangerous situation. And that's a good point. Cowboy says it's not misinformation if it's your opinion, and that's what it's based on. It's all speculative opinion based on a lot of stuff that we talk about in here is speculation. We try to base it on facts, but it still sometimes isn't. You know, we talk about other scenarios. I don't know too many people that do bookworm. And like I said, we'll get the chance to talk to Rory tomorrow about all that stuff, and he'll be able to explain to you guys who he is, what he's about, and what he is doing, guys. You know, so that way everybody will maybe understand him. That was the point in me bringing him up here, so that he can meet everybody, you know, the right way. You know, come out, introduce himself to everyone, say, you know, who he is, what his goal is, what he's doing. And then we can go into all the other stuff. You know what I mean? Of course, I appreciate everybody being respectful when he is here tomorrow, as you guys always are. Knight Rider, it's a new name. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Covering a difficult subject with class, compassion, Godspeed to those four families, unimaginable. And I 100% agree. Amen to that one. That's a great comment. Thank you. Here's the thing, though, Pagan. Understand something, and I have issue with that too. He tried passing the audio tape as real, even though it's been debunked. Here's my problem with that, and I want somebody to answer me this question, if you can. Who debunked it? Okay. This is the issue I've had with this audio tape from the beginning. I want to know if anybody can tell me who debunked that audio. Because law enforcement never came out themselves and said that is not real audio. Not one person from law enforcement. The prosecutor's office did not. The defense never did. Nobody of legal aspect has ever debunked that audio. Now, what was said to us, okay, and we all heard it from the same thing, that the neighbors said it was debunked. I never personally heard one of them say that, okay? I never saw a video. I never heard an audio of the neighbors saying it. Nobody has told us who, other than the fact that it was word of mouth or hearsay, however you want to put it, who said that that was debunked. We've heard the neighbors said themselves it was debunked, but we've never gotten that from them personally. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that that audio is 100% for sure, but we've listened to it in many different variations, okay? I personally have heard voices in it that I recognized. Okay, you know what I'm saying? I heard Kaylee and Maddie's voices, and how I know it's their voice is because you're right, Paula. You're right. The law enforcement never said it was real either. But the fact that they didn't say that it was fake says something to me, in my opinion. But I did hear, in my opinion, what sounds like Kaylee and Maddie's voice, because we've heard their voices on the walk, the walk from the bar to the grub truck. We did hear that. Okay. So that's how I heard those voices. And I know that that's their voice. That is something that perked my ears up and makes me want to hear it. That's why I've been through it so many times. I personally tried to debunk it myself because that's who I do, what I do. I try to stick with anything logic. And Ethan's voice is here. That's a male voice, in my opinion. I cannot clarify that is Ethan's voice because I've never heard Ethan speak or yell or any of that kind of stuff. So that's how I deal with that. You know what I mean? Love MJ too. Thank you so very much. Someone said it was debunked that Brian has verse people say. Wait a minute. Someone said it was debunked that Brian has burst people say what she want and people take it as law. That's why we have to do research. I'm a little confused as to what you're trying to say, MJ. Visual snow. Got you. Sorry. Thank you, guys. I don't know why I didn't get that. So let's read that again now that we know what that is. Someone said it was debunked that Brian has visual snow. People say what they want and people take it as law. That's why we have to. That's right. That's exactly what I'm saying. Now, the visual snow thing, I researched that when we first heard it. I don't know if that's true or if that's not true. I've never seen a doctor's order stating, yes, this man has visual snow. So that would be the ultimate proof, but we don't know. We don't know. Okay. If I could talk to somebody that knows him or him, obviously we can't talk to him, but to hear that would give us, again, ultimate proof. We don't know. You're right though, with that, MJ. I agree with you. Thomas Magnum, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Where are we at here? I woke up in 1984. I wish I could do that. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for being a member. Alyssa with Graph, it's great to see you. Somebody asked me about the voices for Maddie and Kaylee. Where did it go? Where did it go? Okay, changed. Good. You heard Ethan on a video. That's awesome. What's up, Mandy Joe? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. It had latte. It has. Okay, here we go. It has been 100% 100 debunked. Someone showed where the audio came from. Another domestic. No. That one you're talking about, Latte, is the one that Joe or Joseph Morris or whatever his name was put out. That was a domestic violence that he faked that 100%. That, yes, has been debunked. The audio we're talking about is the audio that was, quote unquote, picked up from the light bulb camera at the neighbor's house that was 25 feet from Xana's bedroom window. That's the audio that we're talking about. The one you're talking about that did come from a domestic violence that was on YouTube, that was Joseph Morris's audio that was debunked a long time ago. Okay. This newer one that came from that has not been debunked from anybody of any importance yet. And it has been said that the neighbors debunked it. That's what's been said. I haven't not talked to the neighbors. I have not heard the neighbors nor seen the neighbors on YouTube or anywhere else say that audio is not real. If they're listening, if they're by chance listening to this and they want to come on here in chat, call me, whatever you want to do, and tell me that that's not real, please tell me. I would love to hear that from that person. I'd love for them to come out here, say I'm the neighbor, that's where the audio came from, and I'm telling you it's not real, then it's not real. That's proof, folks. Like I've been telling you, I have all this stuff on this invisible table in front of me, and it's all laying there until somebody will give me concrete proof that it either exists or it doesn't exist. And that's what I'm waiting on. So, that's what we've been listening to, Clarence. Good to see you, by the way. Thanks for joining us. Melissa Jade outlines the reason why YouTube. Wait a minute. Melissa Jade outlines the reason why YouTubers have the obligation to not circulate misinformation like that audio. Kudos to her for saying it. And that's a fact. You shouldn't put out things that you know are misinformation. Now, verbiage wise, listen to what I just said. We don't know that it's not. We don't know that it's misinformation. It has been brought to us, and we've been told it's coming from the neighbor's house. It does sound very, very much like it could be real, okay? And all I've put out is we've analyzed it as a whole, trying to figure out if it's real or fake. I've never said, me personally, I've never said, this is it, guys, here it is. This is real deal stuff. We know that this is real. I've never done that because I don't know. I can't do that. You know what I mean? So at that point, you know, a lot of people do believe it sounds fake, but I think that people want to believe that it's fake. That's the thing. And some people, it goes both ways, guys, be honest with you. There's certain people that want to believe that it's fake because that in turn makes it real. If it's not, okay. There's people that want to believe that it's real because then in turn it makes it real. If that makes sense to you, what I'm saying. I know that doesn't sound like it makes sense, but I know what I'm trying to say. It's just not coming out right. Did not pass audio tape as real. That's right. He didn't. He never said that was real audio, guys. And if I'm wrong, then I'll eat crow. I promise you. And that's what's happening in a lot of ways. Donna's correct. They don't like it because Brian could be innocent from that. That's very possible, guys. Okay, I'm not saying that's everybody. I did, Rumsey. Thank you so very much, darling. I appreciate the email. I looked at it just for a second yesterday, and then I got slammed. I've been really busy with things, so. And that's another thing too that I wanted to bring up was we saw the one thing that we're all supposed to follow is the PCA. Okay, that's the one thing that we are all supposed to be following, whether we agree with it or not. That is a statement given to us from law enforcement as to what went on. The audio is mentioned in the PCA, guys. Okay. There's audio mentioned in the PCA. So if it's not real, how or why would they put it in the PCA is what I'm trying to say. That's the issue I have with that. I'm not trying to say that I truly believe that it's 100% factual, nor am I saying that I think that it's 100% fake. Okay. But it's in the PCA. That's something we have to remember and think about when we talk about it. So, I understand completely, Tracy, and that is your opinion. I respect that. She says, I don't think that Brian Koberger unalived anyone. It took me a long time to say that. And I've told you guys I'm on the fence with things right now because of the pieces of evidence we've seen and the fact that nobody can give me concrete proof that Brian Koberger was in that house at this point. The proof, we've talked about it day in and day out. The proof they've given us is not real proof to me. I'm sorry, it's not. And I'm not going to take it as that until they give me something to back that up or something to substantiate what they have given us. Okay. And that's why I'm at that point so far. Iris Hewlett says, I say the real audio is on police audio body cam on 11/13 and 3/12. You clearly hear a female in the distress saying, stop it, stop it. Absolutely. We heard that the other day. I played that and I didn't even hear it in the first time I watched it. It's in the background. You can definitely hear it. Okay. It gave me goosebumps, guys. So something was going on that was being ignored, in my opinion. But, that's another whole issue. So, and we've all listened to different variations of that audio, guys, but we cannot judge what we don't know at this point. Okay, for sure. Like I said, okay, Olivia, Kaylee's sister, I do believe has the real audio, as well as she said that she saw. There's an interview we're going to watch today too that I went back and watched it last night. I want you guys to see it again. I'm sure you guys have already seen it. And the interview was with the Goncalves family, with Chronicles of Olivia. It was a very, very, very good interview, in my opinion. And there's things in that interview that made me think about other things that we've been talking about. Okay. And it's something I want to look at again. Thank you so very much, Miss Heather. I appreciate you. Again, folks, for those of you that don't know this channel is 100% crowdfunded, guys. That's how I come to you guys on a regular basis. I say this every day, I know. That's why we post these links for PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. And I do appreciate anybody that does donate to support the channel in that form. Very much so. That's the only way I come to you guys, is based on donations, guys. So anybody that donates or wants to donate, there's links for that. I thank you so very much, as I do appreciate everybody that has donated super chat, super stickers, so on and so forth in that sense too. It is so very much appreciated from my heart, folks, because otherwise I could not be here with you guys every day. So thank you for that. Can you please play the audio that is in the PCA? I've played it in here. I think you've been in here, Clarence. We've gone over it multiple times. Where are you at here? I'm sure, Alyssa, if you have that same audio, Alyssa, still, can you send that to me again? I will play it again and let you hear it. That's a good point there, Miss Catherine Lauren. Only thing I believe is there's lots of corruption going on here, and that is your opinion, and I respect that. I really do. Smoking Mirrors, welcome. Good to have you here. Brian Hoffman's in the house. Good to see you, sir. 2 banjos and a microphones. Sounds like a party. And there it is. That Change is saying that Olivia gave it to them. So if channels say BK is guilty, I never go back. I evaluate evidence. And I'm not, I don't say that. I won't say that. I preach to you guys. We have to make sure that we remember that he is innocent until they prove him guilty. And like I said, I'm telling you guys right here and now, I swear this is a promise on God or anything else of any importance to anybody. If they prove to me that that man is guilty of this crime, I'm the first one in line with a pitchfork and a torch, ready to burn and stab him, or whatever they do with pitchforks, poke him, whatever, you know what I mean? Because whoever did this, in my opinion, does need to be burned at the stake, period. Okay? I mean, obviously, not realistically, but you know what I mean? And if he didn't do it, then that's the other side of this, guys. Then he doesn't need to be where he's at if he didn't. I still feel, even on the fence at this point, that Brian Koberger was involved in the situation in some sort. Not necessarily, hands-on, or even in the house, or even in that side of things. But he's involved, otherwise he would not be sitting in jail right now. They would not know who he was, and we wouldn't even be talking about him at that point. So there's, it is what it is. Miss Willow's in the house. Good to see you. Come on, Dago. A few of us deep dived on both sides. Absolutely. Absolutely. Vix is telling Vix Logic, I'm sorry, is saying to Chick Antique, I think the beginning is missing. And I personally, I want to say something about it. I feel like there are pieces of that missing that have been redacted at some sort, maybe, or deleted or clicked out, or however you would do that. I feel like there is something missing in there. Okay. Obviously, because there seems to be that there would be so much more to it. So I agree with that as well. Vix and Chick. I really do. Carolyn says she's still looking for the real killers. Again, we all have different opinions and theories on this, and I respect each and every one of you guys on that, because nobody's right or wrong in this sense, because we don't have blatant facts to prove anything about anybody. So therefore, that's why we're here. You know what I mean? What is going on? Oh, I see. Because my phone, it's not even near me. All right, let me do this. I'm going to hide this damn thing and see if that changes it. It was way over here, and my mic is over here. So I don't know. I'm going to put the right wording on there so people stop reading the wrong words on the night. Okay. And here's the thing. I wouldn't even look at the wording if you're listening to it. Our mind does that to us and tells us, if we're reading that wording when we're listening to that, it's going to make us hear what we're seeing. Do you know what I mean? That's how that works, folks. That's why the first time I listen to it, I do this. I don't look at it. I just listen, and then I go back, and then I'll do it again. So, oh, there it is, Brandy. Thank you. Boom. Let me pin that real quick. All right, here we go. Do the cell phone in the drawer. You're right, Linnell. I mean, maybe. And what I people should be putting words on it at all. I think you mean shouldn't. What that is all about, Harlot, just so you know, the reason why people are putting words to it is they're trying to decipher what they're saying. Okay. But I see what you're saying. Like, you shouldn't look at the words that are on it. You should listen to it. So that's why I don't read it when I'm first listening to it. Okay. And then after I've done listen to it a couple, 2-3 times, then I will look at the wording that's put up on the screen with it and see if it matches. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. Okay. Now, the one thing I heard in the multiple times that we listened to it, I went back over it again and again and again, that sounds very close to something, was that word Kopaka. And it bugged me because I did not want to personally think that Brent was involved in this. I still don't, okay, because of who he is. Again, that's why I don't talk about it like that, because we have no proof that he was yet. And I don't like to put people's names out there, involve them in this if they're not involved in this. I don't like doing that. That's just period. So, I don't know what's CC on the audio. I'm not sure what you mean, P Fox. Huge one, Randy. You're absolutely right. There is a huge difference when you don't look at those words, folks. That's why I tell people don't read the words when you're listening to it and see what you hear. And then if you go back after the fact, I listened to it, like I said, 5 or 6 times. And then I went and looked at it at somebody that had deciphered it. And I'm like, okay, that does make sense. Now, something I did hear, like I just said, was that one name. It very clearly sounded like it. Again, welcome, Annie. Good to see you. The PCA at the time it was written was all they had, which was nothing. And the sheath and DNA they did have, they didn't want the Washington judge to consider in the warrant app. Correct. By the way, Eddie, welcome back. I hadn't seen you in a couple of days. It's good to have you back. Clarence says, so just to clarify, this audio is different than the one released a few months ago, correct? This audio is not the one that Joseph Morris released, where you hear somebody. That was completely faked. I don't know what his problem is, why he does that. He's done it multiple times. He did it with the Gabby Petito case as well. And he took it from a domestic violence interaction that he had pulled off YouTube, put it together and said, look what I found. So you get attention. That's the kind of person I don't like, that's out here trying to say that they're out here for truth and justice. They're out here just to get people's attention, to come to his channel to get views. It's disgusting. He's a piece of trash as far as I'm concerned. And I don't talk about people like that, but he's done it more than once. He did it with Gabby's case. Now he did it with this one. And you're hurting people by doing what he did. And he's trash as far as I'm concerned. So, no, the one that we're going to be hearing when we listen to it is the one that supposedly came from the neighbor next door on their bulb cam. It's a camera that screws into a light bulb fixture. Okay. Looks kind of like a light bulb a little bit. And it has an audio device as well as a video device on it. What was it? Somebody said down here at the bottom. Astrid said, Jeff H., it's not the same audio. And Jeff, where was your question or your comment, Jeff? I'm trying to find it here, bud. Okay, I hear many say this is audio from a domestic violence case a year before Moscow in a whole other state. People keep getting that confused. That's what I'm saying. It has been confused multiple times, that this one with the Joseph Morris one, because of people saying that it's in itself. They keep bringing that back. This is completely different. This is audio that was in the PCA. Okay. Again, if it's in the PCA, it says in the PCA, they're referring to the audio that was picked up from it. Okay. And again, Olivia went there and got audio and video from that and had it uploaded to her phone. So all right, folks, give me one moment. I will be right back. I need to run to the little boy's room. Sorry about that, everybody. What's up, Mark? Mr. T's in the house. Good to see you. Woohoo! All right. Let me pull these up. Let me know whenever this audio gets sent, and we'll jump into that. Until then, I want to get these documents up and show you guys real quick. I can send it to you, Andrew, if you'd like, when I get it, and you can do what you may with it. I know what you're talking about with that type of software. I'd love to hear something like that, or have somebody do that with it. Thank you, Annie. I did get that from you. Email, by the way. NSA reported Dago shook for what? Brian, I'm lost. Explain, my friend. I'm completely lost on what that means. NSA reported Dago shook 4 times. Oh, I get it. I forget how you're a comedian, my friend. I did what I needed to do. That's all I'm gonna say. Thank you for worrying about it, though, my friend. Pommy lover, welcome. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Thank you so much, CJ, once again. I get it, Brian. No worries. Gotta have a little bit of comedy here and there. I mean, I already showed you guys the motion for the search warrant. I do believe. Also, some of you guys had asked for about a picture last week. Okay, so we went looking, and I don't know if this is the right picture or not, but I'm gonna show it to you anyway. Mama Bear found this. I think Molly did too. And get it as big as I can. If this is correct. I can't remember who asked for it. My apologies. And the new docs are popping up right after this. I have it right along with this. So here is that picture for those of you or whoever it was that asked for it. That's the best I can get it, folks. Where the kids were standing outside right here. See, that's not a good picture because it's not close up of them. So whoever it was, there it is. Obviously, this is the King Road house here. And they're standing over here. Okay. And then this is the house next door, which is, where the Ring camera came from and all that. So that's that picture for whoever it was that asked about that. It's not that picture. Okay. Gotcha, Gordon. That's the only one we could figure out you were talking about, whoever it was that asked about it. P Fox says, have you noticed the dark is more like honk, just like the cop's car and body cam? Not sure what you mean, hon. Not sure. Iron Crotch Kung Fu Master, good to see you. Oh snap, welcome, good to see you as well. Yeah, I know we're still looking. I'm in the depths of 4chan. Okay, got you, Gordon. Fox Red Car, Miss Boa Company. Okay. Lord, I miss Mama Bear when she's not here sometimes. I'm telling you, it's easier to Oh, you had never seen that B Slims. Yeah, I played that on here. It was evident what she was doing. It blows my mind that people are that confident in themselves. Fupa says, Dagan, my mom is here. Awesome. Well, it is so great to have you here, Miss or Mrs. or Mama Fupa. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you so very much. It's great to have you here. Don't open the first one. I'm sending the. Okay. No problem. So I'm sorry that wasn't the right picture, guys. Right one. Now I locked myself out. Okay. Listen, no problem. Let me know when you're ready. Back to what I was doing here. Let me move this out of the way. Nope, wrong one. Sorry. Oh, here. I think this might be it. Is this it here? I forgot there was a secondary picture sent too. Sorry. Good to see you, Tara Webb. I sent a better one in Discord, but got attacked because it wasn't the right one, but much clearer than that. In my Discord, you got attacked? I hope not. You shouldn't have. That we don't do that. And if you did, I want to know who attacked you and how, because I will deal with it right now. Is that the picture, folks? I hope. I don't have a date or a stamp on this one. I see what you're saying. I mean, I can see the hair, the knees, the legs, but they do kind of look a little bit like garbage bags. And then this one popped in here too. This one was a scrubbed photo that they found. Okay. No time or date, no. Sadly. That's that same one there. A bunch of people to the right looking on. Okay. We'll keep on looking. That's all I can say. That's the only thing I can think of. All right. Alan Trust. No, I get it, Iris. I absolutely want that too. When we can get them, 100%. It's okay, Alyssa. Take your time. We have time. I'm pulling these up now. Okay, no change. No problem. I remember seeing it too, but then it disappeared and I couldn't find it anywhere. So it kind of bugged me. All right, guys. This was as of June 6th, filed June 6th, 2023, 9:02 a.m. And of course, all the state versus Brian Christopher Koberger. The state's supplemental response to defendants' motions regarding grand jury record and transcript. Okay. Thank you, Alyssa. We will get that here soon. And here we go. Comes now the state of Idaho and through. Can you guys see it enough? Let me see if I might blow it up a little bit bigger for you guys there. Or try to. Let me try it this year. All right. Comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and respectfully supplements its May 30th, 2023 state's response to defendants. Where'd it go? What the hell? To defendants' motions regarding grand jury record and transcript. As the state indicated in its initial response, a proposed stipulation for the order for preparation and release of transcript and record of grand jury proceedings with conditions. This is in response to the other day when I read you guys, they would agree to do this under a stipulation of, that thing they were reviewing. And that's what this is about. As the state indicated in its initial response, a proposed stipulation for the order for preparation and release of transcript and record of grand jury proceedings with conditions. Now, what they're asking for is when the secret grand jury secretly indicted him, they want, the defense wants the transcripts from that, everything that came out of that. They're asking for that, okay? But at the same time, it's the prosecution is stating that it's under stipulation, which is bullshit in my opinion, but was being reviewed by defendant's counsel. Unfortunately, the state and the defense have not been able to reach agreement. Consequently, the state submits the following for court's consideration. State's supplemental response to the defendant's motions regarding grand jury record and transcript. So they're basically the defense, the prosecution is stipulated what they want out of this. Okay. They'll let them have everything under a stipulation. Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Very much, my friend. One moment here. We will get to that once I get through these documents. Just remind me if I don't, by the way, okay? If you could. I don't have Mama Bear here to remind me, or even one of my mods remind me to do that here once I'm done with these. One moment. Thank you so much, Jeff, my friend. I appreciate it. Martha Jimenez, creator of the debunked Idaho audio, joins us about the misuse of audio. Awesome. Thank you, sir. I will definitely look into that. Okay, now back where I was. Okay, access to the audio record and a transcript of grand jury proceedings is controlled by ICR 6.2. The overriding secrecy and confidentiality of grand jury proceedings is described in I.C.R. 6.3. Reading these rules together, the only exceptions to the secrecy and confidentiality of grand jury proceedings. Sorry, folks, I'm trying to bring it up. I keep forgetting to put it back up for you. And I'm trying to watch your chat as well. Oh, okay. Well, good to have you here. Knight Rider is Alyssa's husband. Awesome. I love having husbands and wives in here together and families. It's awesome. Thank you for that. And welcome again, my friend. Right, Cowboy. Prosecution is scrambling. Again, as I keep telling you guys, they are doing everything they can. Thank you, Brandy. To get out of this, guys. And it just blows my mind. Thank you again, Alyssa. Like I said, after this, I will jump into that. So here we go. Grand jury proceedings are for counsel to listen to the record of the proceedings of the grand jury or to obtain a transcript of the proceedings, the lists of juror votes which may disclose to counsel by order of the court under ICR 6.5 and disclosure of what was said or done in the proceeding by order of the court for good cause shown under ICR 6.3. The defendant's motion to make available the record of all proceedings of the grand jury pursuant to ICR 6.2 appears to go beyond what is permitted by the applicable court rules. Now, see, I have a problem with that, okay? I have a big problem with that. I don't know if anybody else in here does, but this irritates me. I'm going to read it again. The defendant's motion to make available the record of all proceedings of the grand jury pursuant to the ICR 6.2 appears to go beyond what is permitted. Well, I don't understand why. If you notice right here, every bit of what we're talking about, the prosecution is trying to hold back everything they can at every option they can. Welcome back, Mandy Joe. I didn't know you were gone, but I'm glad you're back. They're trying to hold out. They don't want to give. And why do you think? Right, Angela. The prosecution's doing everything they can to not have to turn multiple things over. Why? The genealogical stuff, the sheath, the DNA, any of that stuff. Why? If they are so sure that Brian Kohberger is the man, what's the big damn deal? This is what's irritating me about this. Thanks for fighting the good fight, everyone. Good to have you here, Alien Dog. Thank you. And that's it right there, CL. Good point. Truth is truth. There's no reason to hide truth. If it's true. If it's true. Okay? And this is what tells me that they don't seem, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, that they don't have truth. And this is what, it pisses me off, you guys. It's making me so mad. Okay? It really is. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Brian Kohberger's the man. He's the one. We got our man. Nobody else is involved. Here it is. Then give it over to the defense. Let them do their job. I don't think, and here's why I think they're not doing it, guys. You know why I think they're not doing it? Because I don't think they have anything. That is, in my opinion, it's a speculative thing, but it's a fact to me. In my mind, it's a fact that they don't have anything. Now, I can promise you something. That's a good point. Iris, they're not playing fair at all. I bet you 1,001%, folks. If the defense tried to do this, are you kidding me? You know it would happen. This is just pissing me off like you have no idea. So anyway, the defense proposes that the court unseal various grand jury proceedings and then make them subject to a subsequent qualified protective order. This is contrary to the requirement that the grand jury records and transcript remain sealed under ICR 6.2, 6.3, and 6.5, and ICAR 32G7 and I4. None of these records can be or should be unsealed. Rather, the court should allow the parties to listen to the record of the proceedings of the grand jury and to obtain a transcript of the proceeding under ICR 6.2 and the list of jurors' votes under ICR 6.5. Now, okay, what are they? Okay, I'm just going to say this. Seriously, what the hell are they hiding? What are they hiding, you guys? That they don't want seen or don't want heard so bad. What is it that they're hiding? Is the grand jury made up of people that were shouldn't have been? Is that what it is? Is it Thank you, Heather. Is it, I mean, what this is bullshit. They don't, in my opinion, 100%. Thank you, Bernice. This is absolutely 100% unconstitutional. Brian Koberger has a constitutional right to have everything handed over to his team to prove his innocence. 1,000%, folks. And they're not giving him the option to do that. It's bullshit, guys. This is bullshit. I'm sorry for my language, but it highly, highly irritates me. That's a very good point, Willow. I've been thinking about that myself. Willow says the full DNA report probably has multiple people, or very likely has multiple people. And if that's the case, guess what? They can't do to Brian what they're trying to do to Brian. There it is. That's what I'm saying, Julie. Who are the grand jury members? Are they possibly people that have an interest in the outcome? And they know that if it's found out that these people are that type of people, that it's done. It's over, guys. It's thrown out. Angela says 1,009%. Okay, this is what I'm mad about. How are they not using the sheath DNA as evidence, but used it to obtain? Thank you. This is what we've been going back and forth about yesterday when Sarge was on here, and every other day we've talked about it, guys. Jules has talked about it. I've talked about it. Sarge has talked about it. It makes no sense. They are hiding something they don't want people to see for whatever reason. And it seems to me that, you know, people are saying maybe they're protecting the survivors. Why? If you have your guy in jail and you are sure about that, what are you protecting them from? What is it? What is it? I think it's the truth behind this is what I think they're protecting them from. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, folks. You know that, okay? But damn, enough is enough. Be truthful. Be honest. Give us the real deal. Fallen Angel says the exoneration evidence. I mean, Harlot says the grand jury proceedings aren't even evidence, and defense will still get all the evidence used at the grand jury hearing. I don't see the big deal. The big deal is, Harlot, is because they're not allowed to do this. Okay? They're finding everything possible that they can do to not work with the defense, to not give the defense anything. It's almost like they don't believe in innocent till proven guilty. Okay? In a way to put it, maybe lack of better terms, it is a big deal, hon. It's a real big deal. Okay, because I'm telling you that if the defense did this on the other side, it would be bad. It would be bad, bad, bad. They couldn't get away with it. There's no way. Okay. And I'm feeling it's because prosecution does not have evidence. They know that they don't have a case beyond what they had. Okay, and that's why I think this is such a big deal. I just don't understand why they're doing this. I agree with that too. I don't know if she's actually fully involved in this at this point. She should not be doing anything with this. She shouldn't be touching anything, in my opinion. I hope she's not. That's all I got to say. It's a very big deal, guys. It's very important. I'm sorry, Harlot, that you don't agree with me, and that's okay. I respect that. I do. But it's a huge thing for this. I really feel like it is. And that's it in a nutshell right there, folks. They're preventing the defendant from exercising his constitutional rights, period. He's an American citizen. The Constitution applies to him, and he's not being allowed to exercise his constitutional rights. And it's a bullshit issue. It really is. They're doing everything in their power that they can do to do that. And again, if Brian Koberger is guilty of this, damn him, okay? But at least give him the chance to prove that if he is or if he isn't. That's all I'm saying. And they're not doing that. They're fighting him at every step they take. Yeah, that's from my background, folks. I apologize for that. I always have it running. My apologies. Hold on. I'll shut it off for you guys if it's bothering you. Or wait. Give me a few minutes. I'll get to it here as soon as I get through the rest of this. I'm sorry. Specifically requires that the lists must remain sealed but may be disclosed to the prosecuting attorney, the defendant, and the defendant's counsel by order of the court. Emphasis added. It doesn't make sense to me at all. Okay, hold on one moment. I'll shut that Discord thing down. I don't even hear it anymore. But obviously, you guys are hearing it. So hold on a second, folks. I'm sorry. Let me find out how to do that. 1 second. As I'm trying to shut it down, it's still making noise. Where the hell is it? Where the hell is the sound at? All right, hopefully that did it. Okay. Welcome back. BS, good to have you back. Hopefully you won't hear it anymore. Welcome, Charlotte Rose. Sound is clear here. Okay, good. There's other DNA that Ellie is withholding. I mean, if there is, that they need to show that. They need to give that away. They need to put that out there, because who does it belong? Now, here's another option to me, okay, that I've been thinking of. If they have other DNA that they're holding that may belong to somebody else, if they're investigating another person for this and they're trying not to release that because they're afraid that person's going to run, then they need to figure out how to get a hold of that person or persons. Okay. Maybe that's what they're doing this about. Maybe. I don't know. But if that's the case, then do your jobs and get a hold of those people or person or whatever it is that may be involved in this. Okay. I don't know if that's what the deal is, possibly, but again, it's not working. It's not working at all. So, as mentioned above, disclosures of the grand jury of what was said or done in the grand jury proceedings beyond the audio recording, transcript, and list of jurors can only be done by order of the court for good cause shown under ICR 6.3. The state respectfully submits that the defense has not made such showing for the detailed list of items they requested in their motion to make available the record of all proceedings of the grand jury pursuant to ICR 6.2. So, damn, I want a donut. Where'd that even come from? The Idaho Supreme Court has explained that grand jury proceedings are intended to, are intended to the extent possible to be secret. State versus Abdullah, 158, Idaho 386, 449, 2015. A defendant who seeks more than what the rules expressly allow must show good cause for access to the grand jury records ID. For example, in Abdullah, a defendant convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to death argued to the Idaho Supreme Court that he was entitled to grand jury selection transcripts to determine whether he had any basis to challenge the grand jury term, ID at 448-449. The court explained that the defendant must demonstrate good cause for this court to allow his review of the grand jury selection transcripts, ID, because the defendant provided no legal basis for this court to allow his review. Oh, I have to give this back to you guys to see. My apology, guys. I wish somebody would have said something. So sorry. Where we go? Because the defendant provided a legal basis for the grand jury, the court declined to order the district court to provide defendant with the requested grand jury selection transcripts. The state respectfully submits that the appropriate course of action at this point is for the court to enter an order for preparation and release of a transcript of the grand jury proceedings, accept the deliberations, and permit the state and defense to obtain copies of said transcript and the audio recording of the grand jury. This is with the understanding that the same will remain confidential as outlined in the state's proposed order for preparation and release of transcript. The record of grand jury proceedings with conditions appended to the state's May 25th, 2023 state's response to defendant's motion regarding grand jury record and transcript. The state also stipulates to the list of jurors notes being disclosed to counsel pursuant ICR 6.5. Once the transcript and audio recordings have been reviewed by the parties, the court, on a motion of a party, can proceed to consider whether there is good cause required by ICR 6.3 for further disclosure. Respectfully submitted on the 5th day of June, blah, blah, blah. William Thompson. I'm sorry, guys. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Complete bullshit as far as I'm concerned. I'm sorry. What are we talking about with flashing and all that? What are you guys seeing flashing of some sort, you're saying? What flashing are you guys seeing? Is something flashing from here? Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. Just making sure. It is. It's bullshit, folks. I'm sorry, but this is bullshit. All right, let me bring up the next. Wait a minute. Make sure that you're out of that one. Okay. Back it up. Back it up. Not no more. Cover your cameras. It's bullshit, folks. I'm sorry it is. I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't understand how they're getting away with it either. Because, like I said, if the defense tried to pull some shit like this, it wouldn't happen, guys. You know it wouldn't happen. Okay? I want to know who or what they're trying to protect. Why, if they are positively sure that they have their man, this is such a big damn deal. Because he's not getting what he needs to defend himself. Again, I'm going to say this one more time. If he's guilty, then damn him. But at least give him the chance to prove whether he's innocent or guilty, because they're not. They are trying to hurry up and shove this through. They're trying to hurry up and say, he did it. I don't care what anybody else says. Put him in a chair. Be done with it. Let's move along. That's what they're doing. In essence, that's exactly what they're doing. And it's complete bullshit. Welcome back, Sarge. Good to have you, brother. It's a secret grand jury. However, all info pertinent to the indictment will be provided. But they're not doing that, Sarge. They're fighting it. At every aspect, they're fighting it. And it's bullshit. It's bullshit. All right, let's see here. I'm probably doing these backwards, folks. All right. Here we go. Welcome, Heather Mosher, as well. Good to see you. So, again, this is a notice for a hearing from State versus Bryan, of course. The hearing type, it's dated for 6/27, 1:30 p.m. Of course, Judge John Judge. Latah County Courthouse, blah, blah, blah. Julie Fry, clerk of courts, and Beth Modern is the deputy clerk. Thomas Wolford, so on and so forth. This is a notice of hearing for a motion hearing, the defendant's motion to make available record of all proceedings of the grand jury. This is what that was about, folks. So, again, there it is in black and white. This was dated as of the 5th again, so that's probably the cover page for that. 1 second here. (1:30 p.m.) June 27th. Again, motion hearing. Defendant's motion requesting release of grand jury materials under qualified protective order. That's the other hearing they're looking at. Okay. That one is in the same day. Back up. Let's see. Supplemental. Okay, here we go. I absolutely can agree with that one in a sense. Latte, Moscow, and UI have huge motive to have someone in jail until the University of Phoenix deal closes. $550 million is being approved, and hearings are taking place for the acquisition. Okay. That's not the one I was talking about, but thank you. Elizabeth I says they are under pressure. They were under pressure to find anyone. I can agree with that too. Yes, Kaylee's birthday is tomorrow, and I will make sure I run a banner just like I did for Maddie. That's a fact. Basically, the Santa needs to turn everything over to Ann, let it be, do what they're doing, and if they're so confident, it won't be a big deal. That's the biggest issue I have with this. They're so confident, then it should not be a big damn deal. Okay, supplemental memorandum on camera access in the courtroom. This is interesting. So, this is the state of Idaho plaintiff versus Bryan Kohberger defendant. The Associated Press, Radio, Television, Digital News Association, Sinclair Media of Boise, LLC, K-Boy TV, Boise State's Newsroom, DBA, Idaho Capital Sun, Tegna, Inc. Okay, hold on a minute. Bubber, Lewiston Tribune, Live Washington State Associated Press. Okay, so this is every local news outlet around. Corporation, the spokesman, Review, Cowles Company, the New York Times, so on and so forth. Interveners. Introduction, background. The community's interest in the case as reflected in. Okay, this is the whole thing about they're fighting to allow camera access in the courtroom is what this is about. Okay, and they're fighting it. They don't want it in there, and media outlets are trying to force this because we have a right to know. Okay, that's basically what they're saying. It's the coalition about this. Where are we at here? Brian Rumsey says, I agree. Every other case, they slap us in the face with almost all the evidence. 100%. 100%. Not this one. Bullshit. Thank you, Brandy. I appreciate you, hon. 100% they're doing this on purpose. Just like they did the grand jury on purpose. Everything they do on purpose, folks. But they're doing it to try to get it done. They're rushing through this, okay? And to me, again, it is boo-doo caca. And once again, folks, you guys know you don't have to agree with me. I'm not going to be upset if you don't. I think we should have cameras. I agree with you, Fupa. I absolutely agree with you. Okay, hold on here. Let's see. Let you guys read this. What did I do there? Declaration of Wendy J. Olson in support of supplemental memorandum on camera access in the courtroom. These are all of the, 1 second, folks. The companies that are trying to get, I, Wendy J. Olson, declare the state as follows. I am a partner with the law firm of Stoll Ribs LLP, counsel for interveners in the above captioned matter. As such, I have personal knowledge of the facts and statements contained in this declaration. Attached hereto as Exhibit A is a true and correct copy of a letter submitted to Minnesota's Advisory Committee on the Rules of Criminal Procedure. I declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Idaho that is the foregoing in true and correct. Certificate of service. It shows it all. Move this over here, guys. 1 second. Okay. Scroll down. Exhibit A. Okay, here we go. January 28th, 2022, to the Advisory Committee on the Rules of Criminal Procedure. Read cameras in the courtroom. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on potential modifications to the rules governing cameras in the courtroom. My comments are limited to the use of cameras in criminal cases. As a district court judge, I have opened the use of cameras in the courtroom in criminal cases, but my recent experience with State versus Chauvin has changed my opinion. Okay. Such that I now believe cameras in the courtroom can be helpful in promoting trust and confidence in the judicial process. I agree. And are sometimes necessary to safeguard both the defendant's right to a public trial and the public's right of access to criminal trials. Fact, I am not, however, a proponent of removing all limits on the use of cameras. Instead, I believe the use and limitations on cameras in criminal cases should be left primarily to the discretion. Where'd it go? To the discretion of the trial judge presiding over an individual case. And I have feelings that Judge is going to say no. Okay. As trial judges, it is our responsibility to manage hearings and trials such that dignity and trials such that dignity and decorum, I think there's a word missing, are maintained while constitutional rights and due process requirements are respected. As part of that process, cameras can facilitate effective trial management in the right case, but might be unnecessary or inappropriate in other cases. While parties certainly should have input into the court's decision, the party consent provision that is currently in the rules should be eliminated. A trial court judge's discretion should not be completely unfettered and should be subject to certain presumptions and prohibitions. For example, I believe that there should be a presumption against broadcasting pretrial hearings. Those hearings will often involve litigation about evidence that might ultimately not be admissible, and the possibility that potential jurors could be inadvertently exposed to such excluded evidence should be limited as much as possible before trial. On the other hand, there should be a presumption that cameras be allowed in trials and sentencings. Jurors are routinely ordered to avoid media coverage once jury selection begins. In my experience, based on post-trial discussions with jurors, is that jurors regularly follow that order to guide trial judges in deciding whether cameras will be allowed. Factors should be listed in the rule, including whether there is a high public interest in the trial, whether security or public health concerns exist that would merit restriction of observers from the physical courtroom itself, and whether the use of cameras would promote transparency and public access. And the way I think about this, you guys, just to be honest with you, is we can't all go to Idaho. We can't all go to the places where these cases are being held. So in turn, they should be able to broadcast them, and they have. You know what I mean? That's what I feel on that. But they're saying here that they're leaving. This person believes that it should be up to the trial judge. I just don't think I don't see I don't see judge okaying this, in my opinion. I'll be honest with you. I would love to talk to her, Melissa. Send her my way. Give her my number. Give her my email. Whatever she would like. I'm down to talk to anybody that has anything to do with this, guys. I keep telling you guys that. I really do. Send her my way. I would love to talk to her. I may have already been talking to her and not known it yet. I think I will be. I think I know who you're talking about. I didn't see it, but I think I know who you're talking about. And I think I have been in contact with her at this point, to be honest with you. And I do need to talk to her. Hopefully soon. So we shall see. Okay, back to where it was. Blah, 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 blah. If cameras are allowed, limitations should be placed in the rule concerning what proceedings should be limited to audio coverage only or not broadcast at all. Jurors should never appear on video. No minor witnesses, I agree with that, should appear in video. No criminal sexual conduct victims should appear on video or audio. Autopsy photos or videos should never be broadcast outside the courtroom. The same should be true for any exhibits that are extremely graphic or emotionally disturbing. Okay. Finally, as you can tell from my order in the State versus Chauvin attached, details matter, and the trial judge should have wide discretion over the choice of the full camera vendor and the procedures to be followed during the trials or hearings. A single person claiming to be a member of the media who just wants to prop a camera up in the courtroom would be distracting and not meet the goal of cameras being unobtrusive to effectuate all the detailed procedures that should be a part of any court order. Allowing cameras only experienced and professional media sources should be utilized. Okay. Thank you again for allowing me to share my thoughts. Sincerely, Peter Cahill, Judge of District Court. Move that. State of Minnesota versus Derek Michael Chauvin, Thomas Kiernan Lane. Okay, they're just showing that case itself. I don't know if this is something that we want to look at. Let me see here. This matter came before the court on June 29th of 2020, September 11th of 2020, on defendant's motion for audio video broadcast of the trial in these cases. Matthew Frank, Assistant Attorney General, appeared on behalf of the state of Minnesota at the June 29th hearing. Keith Ellison, Minnesota Attorney General, Matthew Frank, Assistant Attorney General, and Neil Katyal, Special Assistant Attorney General, appeared on behalf of the state of Minnesota at the September 11th, 2020 hearing. The state does not consent to audio or video coverage of any trials in these cases. Eric Nelson, attorney at law, appeared on behalf of defendant Chauvin. Robert. Okay, yeah, we don't need to know all that. So the order is the joint jury trial to be held in above captioned cases commencing March 8th to 21 may be recorded, broadcast, and live streamed in audio and video subject to the conditions listed below. So they're referencing this case in what they're doing in Idaho. Okay. So understand that's why I'm reading this to you. So maybe they're going to go based on what the stipulations of this case were and how they did this, and they're going to they're going to refer to this for what they're going to do in Idaho is what I'm thinking. Okay. Audio and video recording. I'm sorry. Number one, the joint jury trial to be held in the above caption cases commencing March 8, 2021 may be recorded, broadcast, live stream. Okay, the conditions listed below are audio and video recording, broadcasting, and live streaming will be allowed only from courtroom 1856, the trial courtroom of the Hennepin County Government Center, and only during trial sessions. Only matters that are on the record are subject to audio coverage. Sidebar discussions among the court and counsel will be presumed to be off the record unless the court indicates otherwise. Off the record matters may be covered by video, but only when the judge is on the bench and the trial is in session. I'm okay with that if they choose to do that. Number three, no video photography, still photography, or audio recording may be conducted in any other Hennepin County Government Center location where the use of recording devices is otherwise prohibited. Okay, up to 3 video cameras may be installed in the trial courtroom, 1 in the back of the courtroom facing the witness stand, 1 on the wall behind the jury box, and 1 on or near the bench facing the lectern where counsel examines witnesses. After installation, before the beginning of trial, cameras will not be moved from their fixed positions. Good to see you, Sunny Days. Thanks for joining us. Video cameras will be installed and operated by a single media organization, pool producer selected by the court. That is experienced in televising court proceedings. So basically, they're saying they want it to be a very professionalized situation and not some, secondhand cameraman coming in there and doing this and doing that. So, Mudman, good to see you. Anybody else that's jumped in since I've been talking, thank you for joining us. It's great to have you here. Any media outlet will hold a copyright or any other intellectual property right for any of the raw footage from cameras on or the single transmission feed that is produced that would prevent any other media outlet or entity from using, broadcasting, or sharing the footage or any other free use thereof. The pool producer shall also manage an audio, still photography, and video feed from the computers being used to publish exhibits to the jury. Excuse me. And may include such footage in its production of the single transmission feed. Finally, the pool producer will provide a YouTube-ready version of the single transmission feed for the Minnesota Judicial Branch to use as it wishes. Pan, tilt, and zoom functions of cameras may be used at the discretion of the poll producer, but with the following limit, they're limiting everything, but okay. No juror or potential juror shall appear in any video at any time. I can understand that. Audio of potential jurors during jury selection will be allowed, except that no audio shall be allowed for any in-camera examination of the juror pursuant to Minnesota R. Crim P 26.2 sub D4. No witnesses under the age of 18 shall appear in any video unless the witness and at least one parent or guardian of the witness consents in writing before the witnesses is called. Audio coverage shall not be allowed regardless of whether the video is allowed. See, that's not going to pertain to this case, so it doesn't matter. No members of the George Floyd family shall appear in any video unless this was from that case. That's right. Okay. So that doesn't pertain either. So let me see. Okay, so that's pretty much all that is, folks. So that Yeah, none of this is going to mean anything. So I can just read for days. You don't need to see or hear all that. And there that is. So I'm praying to God that they do allow for this. I really am. If not, it's going to be horrible that we're not going to be able to see nor hear any of what we have been, working on for all this time. Um, Now, the rest of the documentation, hold on a minute here. Yeah, all the other new documents in here are basically about this same scenario. Hold on a minute here. Let me see. Yeah, that's what they all are. There were 14 other documents, and they're just basically giving as they're stating as to why they want the cameras, why they want this in the courtroom, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? So that's what the rest of these documents are at this point. Yep. Vacate the amended non-dissemination order so that they can do this. Right. Okay. So, again, I feel that it's unjust for them to not allow cameras. Now, a lot of people feel like it's not our business. We should not be able to be in there. We should not be able to stream from in there. I mean, I don't know. I disagree with it, folks. I disagree with that. I do. I have always. Once they presented the case to us and told us that this was happening, then at that point, it's always been. How many cases have we watched over the years, you guys? Court cases, so on and so forth. I mean, there's been so many of them. Why with this one should we not? Travis Rudolph acquitted on all charges. His case and the Rittenhouse cases show that little thugs with gun find out and get roasted. Good point there. I know what you're saying. Was it Karen Opry? I get it. Okay, but what I'm upset about and what I'm saying that bothers me, okay, is it seems that at everything that the defense asks for, everything, okay, they're being hit in the face with something. They're hitting a brick wall every time they're asking for something to help in his defense, and it's like I understand it in some senses it is somewhat normal, okay. But they're arguing and fighting at every angle with everything they need for him. Well, thank you, Heather. It's nothing for sure, so just let that be. But thank you, and I love you. What was I going to say? If Roberto Laundry is found to be an accomplice, then I think the roommates might be in hot water. If we find 100%, 100%, and it seems to me like for some reason they're protecting them, specifically them. Okay, I don't know, and that's just speculative theory. Okay. Thank you, Sunny Days. I appreciate you. And it just feels like they're trying to hurry up and run him into the, whatever they're doing, wash their hands and walk away. And it's not fair. It is not fair. If the man is guilty, I said it 1,000 times, then so be it. But if he's not, then he deserves a chance, okay? And he deserves the chance to prove that he is not. And just as much as the prosecution deserves a chance to prove that he is. What's fair is fair, folks. To break it down into layman's terms, what's fair is fair. The prosecution has their option and their opportunity to prove why Brian Koberger is in custody right now and why they believe that he is the person that unalived these 4 beautiful people in Moscow. Okay? But it seems like they're not giving him the same fair chance to prove why. Sorry, the defense says that he's not that person. That bothers me. That I don't care if it was this case or any other case. That still bothers me. Have you thought the state is doing this on purpose to cause a mistrial because they know they effed up it? I mean, at this point, Joanne, sure. Why not? Why not? At this point, why not? There have been so many drop balls and so many mistakes and so many stupid issues with this case. Why not? I don't know what you guys are talking about over here, but that's between you guys. Dunkin' Mama. Every time I see your name, I think of Dunkin' Donuts for some reason. And that's why I think I wanted the donut earlier. It's weird. Subliminal messaging. Anyway, protecting them because they are state's witnesses. I mean, yeah. But again, as I've said, Jules has said, a lot of other people have said at the same time, if you got your man and you're so confident and sure in that, what is the big damn deal? Where are we at here? Eddie says, Joanne, that's a good theory if he's convicted or if a mistrial, the real killers don't even really care. They're home free either way. 100%. 100%. I do agree with that. Thank you, Eddie. Always love to listen to what Eddie has to say and his insight. 100%. No Change says, this case was a mess on purpose. Facts. That is, well, I don't want to say on purpose, but it's been a mess from the beginning. And in some senses, it almost does seem like it's purposely. Okay? I'll be honest with you. Harlot, where did that go? Let me see. Harlot said, where'd you go, Harlot? You're up here somewhere. The trial is where he gets to prove his innocence. Right. I mean, I agree. That's the only place they're allowing it, though. They're not giving him the option to do that, to build up to. And at this point in the trial, if he doesn't get everything they want, then he's going to have to fight to even do that. Okay? Carolyn says, media managery always keeps us from 100% truth in all matters. Been going on ever since I was a kid, and not much has changed. Agree with that 1,005%. JFK was a perfect example. Thank you, Carolyn. That's a fact, folks. That is a fact, because we all know that we never got truth on that, and everything that they tried to tell us, even when they did release it, it was redacted. What's the point? Welcome back, Marley Kate. Good to see you. Brittany Dunn. Good to have you here. Can the defense go to Texas and get the DNA themselves? I'm sure they probably could. If it's released, it has to legally be released by the judge. Kjo says, oh my God, this case is like the West Memphis 3 case. Have you taken that talking that case. I've looked into it. Yes, I have, Joe. I've read all about that one. That was pretty crazy. Let me see. What locals are speaking to me? Dave seems to. Oh wait, let me back up here because I have somebody that went to something else. My apologies, guys. Made no effing sense from day one. If they were plastic cups, how would I know? Oh my, this is good point, Brian. Green Eyes, good to see you. It's to protect all witnesses from public till the trial. Okay, but what are they protecting them from? If it's only going into the defense's hands, it's not going out to us. I'm sure that one of the stipulations is that they cannot release it to the public. There's a gag order, for God's sake. So that, I don't see how that would make a difference. It did that. I mean, I'm not arguing what you're saying, Green Eyes. I know what you're saying, and you're right, but it doesn't make it just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, that was a good one, Carolyn. That is exactly what this reminds me of, is the way that JFK went down. If you guys have looked into JFK, I did very deeply at one point. That's one of the things that made me want to get into true crime. I was so fascinated with that case when I was younger. I'm like 12 years old, guys. I started looking into that. It was insane. And it's still insane because we still don't know the truth behind that one. We still don't. I promise you we don't. They can tell us whatever they're going to tell us. But I can promise you that Lee Harvey Oswald is not the person that shot JFK. I'm telling you he's not. This is just a replay of that case, 100%. Different actors, not actors, but you know what I mean, guys. Different people in different places is all this is. Same scenario. $100%. 100%, Jen. Yeah, JFK was harsh. I'm still appalled by it. I really am. I wasn't even born yet, guys. I wasn't even born. Yes, I have. Firefly. I loved that with what's his name? James Franco and all that. Yeah, that was a great series. I've watched everything you can watch about JFK, guys. Everything and anything. All right, let me pull this down. I don't want to get away from myself here. And you guys were asking to hear this. Hold on here. Let me get this up. Oh, yeah. I watched that too, Michigal. I'm telling you, I have books on it. Everything. I'd be all down for that one, CL. We could definitely do a JFK movie night. For sure. J. Edgar Hoover, sorry. Joanne says, did you know the King Roadhouse 1122 is the date of JFK? Oh, wow. I never even thought about that. Wow. If you're into numbers, folks, there it is. That's crazy. That is crazy. Unreal. I never thought of that. I'm not a numbers person. I don't get into that kind of stuff, but I'm not saying it's wrong. That's weird. The day before my birthday, too. I was born on 11/23. How about that one? I love Abe Lincoln, too. Yeah. I heard somebody else had told me that, too. All right. I got your email, Andrew, and I will send that to you when I get it. 1 second here. Or did I get it? I do believe I did. Thank you, Alyssa. I agree, Evie. I agree. You know, I mentioned something about this. At some point, I think they have to prove um, that it was done maliciously. I think that's what the problem is with that scenario. I think that's what it is, to be honest with you. Um, and I think that if they could prove that it was done in a malicious way of some sort, that could cause be cause for some kind of prosecution to that. You know what I mean? Welcome, Jackie. Good to have you. Happy with a twist acrylic pores plus. Welcome. Good to have you here. We're left to join dots. Always. That's what we've been doing, guys. Connecting the dots. Brandy says, do we know if they even talked to BF yet? Here's the thing. I feel like they have. I feel like when they got the go-ahead to go to Nevada to sit down with her, I think they were gone, like immediately. If not already, waiting. Sitting in Nevada waiting for them to approve it, okay? I'm going to guess they did. I know that's an important piece of this case. I promise you guys. It's great to have you here, Jackie. Thank you for being here. So I'm going to venture to say yes on that one. And I was certain of this being drug related until Lana found out about Small World LLC. I looked into that, and we are looking into that at this point too, Melissa. It's a little bit. It's something we're going to talk about as well. Not today, because there's a lot to it. But let me get this up here. Wait a minute. All right, let me see here. Hold on a minute, folks. Okay, cool. There is nothing to look at with this. It's just sound. So get your headphones ready. All right. Make sure you guys have your volumes turned up. I'm going to let you guys hear this again. This is the audio that I was talking about. For those of you that wanted to hear this again, we're going to do it. Thank you, Alyssa. And then I will send this to you, Andrew, if you have that kind of software and you can break this down, clean it up, and see what we can get out of it. Okay? Yeah, see, I've never gotten into those numbers. The number stood out to me from day one. The house 1122 stood out immediately. Then I quickly realized it also happened in 1122, the night of 11/12/22, but Tech the 13th. Numbers are huge in cases. I mean, you know, I've been seeing that, Harlot, and I respect that. I really do. And, you know, I'm glad that you do that stuff. I've never really been a person to look into it or to even understand it in some senses. It is very coincidental, which I don't believe in coincidences in true crime. I don't. Okay, I never have. I feel like if something is what it is what it is. You know, if you see a koala bear, it's a koala bear. Period. So that's what it is, in my opinion. So. All right, let's listen to this, and then we're going to move on to something else here in a minute. Make sure you guys can hear clearly. Let me mute this. Or actually, let me put it over here for you guys to hear. Again, there's no writing on here. Nothing. It's just pure audio. So there's nothing for you guys to refer to while you're hearing it. And we'll listen, and then you guys tell me if you want to hear it again and again. It is what it is. Well, I'll do it a few times so we can get it clear, you know. Yes, Brittany. All right, Carolyn, there's a link in chat, hun, if you wanted to jump up here real quick. Paula, you can hear certain things in this. Okay. I'm gonna send this, and the whistling you're hearing is because of the audio recording, okay? It's not actual whistling. And there is smoke detectors in the house that are beeping as well. And parents to the victims led onto that as well. Oh, you were saying let me up because that's what they were saying. Okay. This is not the domestic violence one that Joseph Morris put out, okay? Harlot says that audio doesn't even match what the PCA says is on the 4:17 a.m. audio. No, it's okay, Carolyn. I misread what you were saying, hon. Don't worry about it. There's a lot of yelling. Yeah. So I will send that to your email, Andrew. If you can clean that up, break it down, that would be great. This is 1523 Andrew Griffin members only audio. Okay. Bullhorn. Okay, I got you. If it is real, where there is no way that GM and BF didn't. Exactly, Paula. Exactly. That is what I've been saying. A lot of people have been saying there's no way they didn't hear it. That's the problem. I showed you guys. We went through this house in a virtual tour. Okay. There's no carpet. There's no nothing in this house. There's no way that nobody heard none of this. Okay, even that's why I've had problems with what Dylan has said, and I don't agree with it, nor do I believe it in a lot of senses. Okay, I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't know if this is real or not real, folks. But again, as I said, I have not seen anyone come out and say that it's not. No one. Okay. I hate listening to this audio. I'll be honest with you. I absolutely hate it. It makes me nauseous every time I hear it because I feel it makes me feel like it is real. I'll just put it that way. Okay. It does. It makes me physically nauseous to my stomach, guys. It's bad. So I'm gonna send this over to Andrew. Okay, if Andrew Bogner, I have the email. If he says he's got something that we can do with this to clean it up, then I want to hear it. I do, because that will, to me, and I'll be honest with you, folks. I do hear what sounds to me like Maddie and Kaylee's voice from the walking video. Okay, that's how I know. And we've heard their voices on body cams. I know what they sound like, and I hear their voices in this. And I'm gonna go personally myself watch something that has Ethan's voice in it so I can figure out if that matches. There was no writing for us to see, no decryption of any of it. There was nothing for us to refer to, and I still hear what I hear. It was very noisy and it was very hard to understand. I get that because of the distance, I believe. In the beginning, it's clear because they were outside and it was said that they were outside. She said herself, it's cold as F out here. I'm going inside. And then it gets to where you can't hear it so clear. But in the very beginning of it, you hear it clear as day. It's cold as F out here. I'm going inside. Okay. And they were outside, which gives them a clearer path to the microphone to pick it up very clearly. When they do go inside, it's when it gets muffled. Not that I've got Courts. It's been bounced around so many times. Thank you, Miss Brandy. The earphones do help. And I'm going to tell you guys something too. When you slow it down, it helps as well. Okay. But I've been told not to slow it down because everybody wants to hear it at full speed. So the female laughing. Well, and it came based on what we've been told is that, if you're listening to it, that it was Katie and Maddie that were outside saying they were talking about something. And then, moved forward with it. So, guys, excuse me for one moment, please. I have to refill my cup and I'll be right back with you guys. I promise. And thank you for your patience. All right. I'm back. Thank you guys for being patient with me. I'm sorry about that. My mouth was starting to dry out. Okay. It is Evie. I agree. It's very sickening. I'll be honest with you. I didn't want it to be real. I didn't want to hear it, but I heard it. Okay, Harlot says it can be real audio, but have nothing to do with 1122 at the same time. I mean, yeah, but it sure as hell sounds like them. And it does make sense that, with what is being heard, that it goes together. I mean, it's obvious that you don't want it to be real, Harlot. I get that. Okay. And I respect that. I do. You don't want to believe it. I respect that as well. I get it. But we have no reason to not believe that it's real, just as much as we have no reason to believe that it is real. If you can go both sides of it, okay? And I'm in the middle of it trying to figure out, and I'd like to know if it is real or not. That's all I'm saying. Absolutely. And with nothing to look at word wise or writing wise, it's hard to hear. Deline, welcome. Good to have you here. Thank you. Okay. Understand something, folks. This is what I've been saying for a long time. I like that you said that, okay? I kind of gave my theory as to what it was, okay? I wasn't trying to be poetic. I'm sorry. I told you guys I have a feeling that they were kind of hanging out in the kitchen. I don't think they were in their rooms. I feel like I believe that Ethan or that Xana and Ethan may have been the targets, okay? Now, and that Xana or Kaylee and Xana or Kaylee and Maddie may have ran upstairs, so on and so forth. That was my theory based on things I've looked at, the fact that I put things together, so on and so forth. That's kind of where my theory went, okay? Not saying it's real, folks. It's pure speculative theory. That's all. But if we remember something, where's it at here? 1 second here. Nope, that's not the right. Hold on a minute, guys. It's okay, Mandy. It's okay. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Where was I at? Oh, yeah. Hold on. All right, let's do this. This is something that I had watched quite a while ago, and I wanted you to hear a little bit of this and a little bit of another one too. Okay.
Moscow police say.
All right. This is an interview with Steve, and there's some things in this he says I want you to hear. Okay. Let me know if you guys can hear it okay. Let me know if you can hear this okay once it starts, okay? And also watch, like I've always said, body language and things like that.
They're sorting through 22,000 registered 2011 to 2013 Honda Elantras, like the one pictured here. These are stock photos, but the car would look similar to this. A car like this is believed to have been near the home of the 4 U of I students when they were killed. They're also looking into this surveillance photo of a white car taken at a nearby gas station around the time the murders took place. Tonight, the family of one of the victims is asking anyone with surveillance video to turn it over to police before it's too late. Our Vanessa Perez explains why waiting any longer could lead to critical video evidence being lost.
The clock is ticking, and the Gonzalez family says video surveillance could be erasing as more time goes by with the case unsolved. No matter how insignificant it may seem to you, it could help investigators crack the case.
I want this person found so bad.
A plea from parents desperate for answers to their daughter and the other victims' murders. The Gonzalez family fears video evidence could be disappearing.
It's the community that can help. So we really feel like that's a very technology savvy generation in that town, all those college students. So that's an asset, and to not take advantage of that asset seems pretty naive.
The Gonzalez family says they want to do anything they can to help the investigation, but believe investigators could be missing the mark.
Imagine if you're a parent and you have pertinent information to this, like that dog, and you're asking me to just shut up. It's not going to happen. I'm going to find a microphone and I'm going to talk to it, and I'm going to tell people this is important. Whether it helps solve the case or not, how can you eat that? How could you suppress that? It's something you know could help your child and help everyone in that house find justice. But you can't force them to ask you the question.
Christy Gonzalez speaks about what she believes happened in the early morning hours of November 13th.
And went in very methodical. I think he really thought it out. I think he was quick. I think it was quiet, and he got in and he got out.
Refuses to let this be the new normal in Idaho. They say they won't stop until the killer is found. The Gonzalez family is having a celebration of life for Kaylee and Maddie at the Lake City Church in Coeur d'Alene, December 30th. Live in studio, Vanessa Perez, 4 News Now.
All right. And so there was that. Yeah. Now, I didn't know if you guys caught this. A lot of people didn't see this interview, okay? This is an old one. That's what I'm telling you guys to listen to what he says. Hold on a minute here.
Moscow police say they're sorting through 20.
All right, here we go again.
2,000 registered 2011 to 2013 Honda Elantras, like the one pictured here. These are stock photos, but the car would look similar to this. A car like this is believed to have been near the home of the 4 U of I students when they were killed. They're also looking into this surveillance photo of a white car taken at a nearby gas station around the time the murders took place. Tonight, the family of one of the victims is asking anyone with surveillance video to turn it over to police before it's too late. Our Vanessa Perez explains why waiting any longer could lead to critical video evidence being lost.
The clock is ticking, and the Gonzalez family says video surveillance could be erasing as more time goes by with the case unsolved. No matter how insignificant it may seem to you, it could help investigators crack the case.
I want this person found so bad.
A plea from parents desperate for answers to their daughter and the other victims' murders. The Gonzalez family fears video evidence could be disappearing.
It's the community that can help. So we really feel like that's a very technology savvy generation in that town, all those college students. So that's an asset, and to not take advantage of that asset seems pretty naive.
The Gonzalez family says they want to do anything they can to help the investigation, but believe investigators could be missing the mark.
Imagine if you're a parent and you have pertinent information to this, like that dog, and you're asking me to just shut up. And you have pertinent information to this, like that dog.
Could be missing the mark.
Imagine if you're a parent and you have pertinent information to this, like that dog, and you're asking me to just shut up. It's not going to happen. I'm going to find a microphone and I'm going to talk to it and I'm going to tell people this is important. Whether it helps solve the case or not, how can you eat that? How could you suppress that? Something you know could help your child and help everyone in that house find justice. But you can't force them to ask you the question.
Christy Gonzalez speaks about what she believes happened in the early morning hours of November 13th.
And went in very methodical. I think he really thought it out. I think he was quick. I think it was quiet, and he got in and he got out.
Refuses to let this be the new normal in Idaho. They say they won't stop until the killer is found. The Gonzalez family is having a celebration of life for Kaylee and Maddie at the Lake City Church in Coeur d'Alene, December 30th. Live in studio, Vanessa Perez, 4 News Now.
Mother and father of Kaylee Gonzalez. They've been patiently waiting by. Their attorney, Shannon Gray, is also standing by as well. And thank you, all of you, for doing this and giving us this opportunity to touch base with you. I know this has got to have been one of the most difficult days of your life. Steve, let me begin with you. Your reaction after laying eyes on the person accused of doing this horrendous crime against your family.
I just looked at a guy that looks like a normal, everyday, kid. I mean, I didn't see anything there that caught my eye. I just was overtaken by the fact that I was in a courtroom going over a case that had to do with two people that I cared and loved about. It was a little bit unreal, but I was just overtaken by the moment.
Christy, I can imagine that is an understatement, being overtaken by something. You're in a club no one ever wants to belong to. There are so many others across this country who have been through what you've been through and say the same thing. It's unbelievable. They're numb. Does that sum up how you felt? Can you tell me what you thought?
I expected to feel just this immense amount of hate. And I'm sure that will come. I think that I'm a little bit in shock still. But looking at him, I just felt nothing. I mean, I just looked at him like, and I couldn't take my eyes off of him, his every moment. And I just could not believe that he has done what he has done. And I had a sick feeling for sure. It was very emotional. But on the other hand, I just was numb.
I expected him to be a bigger monster and a more intimidating.
I mean, I'm like, this is the guy?
Yeah.
This is the guy that murdered our daughter.
Are you going to be okay with continuing these court hearings? Are you going to show up at all of these court hearings?
This is the guy?
Yeah.
For sure. It was very emotional. But on the other hand, I just was numb.
I expected him to be a bigger monster and a more intimidating.
I mean, I'm like, has done what he has done. And I had a sick feeling for sure. It was very emotional. But on the other hand, I just was numb.
I expected him to be a bigger monster and a more intimidating.
I mean, I'm like, this is the guy?
Yeah.
This is the guy that murdered our daughter.
Are you going to be okay with continuing these court hearings? Are you going to show up at all of these court hearings? This is a lot.
What's up, Heather? Sharon Tudago. Am I seeing something? Sharon, I've sent 2 emails in the past day. Oh, what name are they under? Are you sending it the right way, Sharon? Called him a kid, and you see how he's saying he expected him to be a bigger monster if you look at Steve's face too, it's to me in this interview, to me, it feels like it makes me wonder if they believe that Brian did this. That's what I'm showing you this for. Sharon, I will look as soon as we're done with this video again. Okay. Just give me what it's titled and I'll go for it. Welcome, Alicia.
A lot to process. Before this, you were just parents of a, couple of really great kids and living the American dream. And now there's this new normal in your life.
I think we'll lean on the prosecutor to tell us if the information is going to be to a level. Like I've already told them what I'm comfortable with hearing about the family house. I don't want to hear any of the gory details. So there'll be certain days that we're there and certain days that we check out,
We have Shannon that will keep us in tune with that as well. And we have other family members that will be going on some of those harder days. They feel that they can be there because we know it's a long road, but and it's a drive for us. But we'll do it every day if we have to. We just don't want to give big bad details.
There's there on the screen. There are pictures of Kaylee as you're talking, and I'm always struck by how much she looks like you. Absolutely stunning.
You.
Just such a beautiful girl. Indeed.
Yeah, we didn't look like that. Mama's girl.
She looks like you, Steve. She's got some of you too. I just wanted to get a sense from you about justice. What is it? What does it look like for you? I mean, you're just starting this process.
For me, it's going to look a lot like an end. I mean, justice doesn't have a room where you can read books and you can go to school and you can have 3 meals and you can have your vegan diet. To me, that's not justice. Justice is when you leave the planet and the whole world is able to rejoice and be glad that you are not there. That's justice, and we will forgive him. We will. We're not going to have that heavy weight on us. We will forgive this individual, and we will, but he has to pay for what he's done. And it's not just our daughter, it's all the victims he needs to pay justice to. And that's all I can say about it.
Yeah.
Chrissy, it's always a shock to face the person who's alleged to have committed these horrendous acts and changed your lives forever. If you could say something to this person, what would you say?
I would just, I wouldn't want to give him too much. But I mean, I would tell him that, he destroyed our lives in an aspect. Does he realize what he has taken from us, from these 4 families? I mean, Ethan was a triplet. Maddie was an only child. Xana had siblings. Kaylee was one of 5. She was the middle child. She had 2 older siblings, 2 younger siblings. Just the immense loss. I mean, did he really think? I mean, he did really think about it, which makes it really hard. But why?
And I would add to that if you were looking for cruel girls that were bullies to you through your life when you were struggling, you picked the wrong girls. My girls have been through a lot, and they weren't the ones to pick on somebody that because they were overweight or they were struggling and people weren't. They were actually the ones that stick up for you. So yeah, you picked the wrong person if you were looking for vengeance on some people that were mean to you in your life, and you picked the wrong community. And we're gonna have to hold you accountable for that mistake.
Speaking of that accountability, has the prosecution or anybody from the prosecutor's office discussed the option of a death penalty? Because victims' families are consulted typically throughout the process, and this is an option on the table in the state of Idaho.
We've talked with them. We've had multiple meetings. I think they probably want to do it all the families together before they just approach one. That would make the most sense. But we've had meetings, but we have not crossed that actual
Question.
Yeah, I mean, they couldn't even disclose just until recently that they were this close. They kind of said that, hey, give us some time. We think we have the right person. We're going to get this. But we couldn't go from that to death penalty or those type of details.
Do you both have a feeling as to how you would respond to that question once the prosecutors put it to you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we know.
We're glad that we live in
And that
Idaho.
is,
Definitely.
I'm assuming that
Definitely.
you are in favor of the death penalty
Yeah.
for this
Absolutely.
If
defendant.
our daughters could switch places with him, and I'm saying Maddie as my daughter, we'd do it in a heartbeat. If they could sit there and have 3 squares, a place to live, and we could call them, we could write
Yeah.
them letters, they could watch TV, they could get
I
educated.
would love if Maddie and Kaylee were doing life in prison right now.
Yeah. So
At least we could talk to them.
that's not
They'd be breathing.
a punishment equivalent to being killed. That's God's role. And if you want to play
Do you know
God's
if-
role, then you're gonna have to go answer to him.
Do you know if the Mogan family feels the same way? I know you all are very close with the Mogans.
We have not talked to them about that. I was going to call her last night, and I did not. So I'm not sure.
Easy to talk about.
I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that that they will, but I can't say that for sure.
They're very
I wanna
forgiving
ask,
and loving family.
It's incredible to hear the words forgiveness out of your mouth, Steve. It floors me. It's extraordinarily magnanimous. You're a very strong family if you're able to be there today, especially on day one of this process, seeing him for the first time. I would love to ask your attorney, Shannon Gray, if I can. Shannon, was there anything in the affidavit you didn't already know about? Are there things that you know more about than the public knows now?
Well, I think there were a lot of things in the affidavit that we had no idea about. The DNA and the sheath, we had suspected some things. The identification, I think we had suspected. But there were a lot of things that, there was quite a bit of information in that affidavit. I was actually surprised there was so much information in the affidavit. But, it looks like it's a solid case. And, I kind of look at the case in 2 different ways. As a former prosecutor, I look at it as a prosecution case, and it looks like a solid case. And then I flip the hat and I say, okay, as a criminal defense attorney, how would I look at it? And I still have a hard time with the evidence that's been mentioned in the affidavit. And that's not the entire case. There'll be additional circumstantial evidence that'll be provided that will make more connections, hopefully, with the defendant in the case. And like they've always said, it's not just a arrest, it's a conviction. So we're hoping that that's the case.
Steve and Christy, when we covered the tragedy that befell Gabby Petito, her father, Joe Petito, said that there were some lessons that he learned very early in the process, and that was to pay particular attention to your other kids because they are going through an immeasurable trauma. Have you had a chance to navigate this with your other kids, with Kaylee's siblings, and have you charted a course forward?
Yes, we have our 2 are adults and they are grown, and we have talked to them, and they know, they can reach out to grief counseling and whatnot. And we are very open, and we talk a lot about it. We cry a lot about it, and that's not always enough. But our 2 younger children, right now, we're kind of letting them do their own grieving for a little while longer before we start some grief counseling with the church. They have some great people for us to reach out to, and we plan on reaching out to them. I've been talking to the pastor on a daily basis, and he has some really good, they go through grief counseling himself as the pastor, and he has a team like for teens and whatnot. And he feels that they are like the best, and I trust him. He's a great man, and he's got us through a lot here lately. And yeah, we feel that we just don't want to throw it on him, because right now they're like, no, we don't need that. But I don't see how they cannot not need that. They're young, and they're heartbroken, and they're confused.
Yeah, this is their friend and sister.
Yeah.
And
So,
Maddie
unfortunately,
as
they
well,
don't-
right?
Yes.
I would assume that Kaylee's siblings were very close with Maddie as well. This is a tremendous amount of burden to try to process for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maddie was very kind and had been a sister to them for so long that it was just, we took for granted that she was there and that she would always be there.
Oh, no, we don't need that. But I don't see how they cannot not need that. You know, they're young and they're heartbroken and they're confused.
Yeah, this was their friend and sister.
Yeah. Yeah.
And,
So,
and you know,
unfortunately,
Maddie as
they
well,
know.
right?
Yes.
I would assume that Kaylee's siblings were very close with Maddie as well. This is a tremendous amount of burden to try to process for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maddie was very kind and had been a sister to them for so long that it was just, we took for granted that she was there and that she would always be there. So yeah, it hits everybody a little bit different, and you have certain memories that you tie to certain individuals. So it's my girls miss them both, and my son is torn. You know, it's something we're gonna have to work together. We're not very good at this kind of stuff, but we're gonna have to figure it out.
Yeah, we're not, and it's not something you want to be good at. But
I'd like to,
as a family.
I'd like to introduce you to Joe Petito. I think it might be, helpful
we'll
just
that.
in terms
we'll
of
take advice from somebody who's been there for
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not.
Be pleased to do that. Shannon, we'll speak after the program, and I will connect all of you together. I do want to ask you, Steve, about some of the information in the affidavit. It seemed as though the police had their eyes on this suspect within 2 weeks of the crimes being committed, and yet for 4 more weeks, he was in Moscow, he was in Pullman, he was crossing the country. And I wanted to get your thoughts just on the notion that there were so many other people, classmates, neighbors, both in Washington and in Pennsylvania, who may have been at risk because they were so close to him before he was actually brought in cuffs. What were your thoughts about that?
I think we all kind of shared that as a community, that there was a risk of somebody being out there. And I took that very personal, because I had so much weight on top of me, and I knew all these other victims that were associated with my family were being hurt with just overall media and coverage. But these guys, there's no perfect way to do this. And these officers they just did an amazing job. And I was hard on them, and I'll come out and say that I owe them all the gratitude in the world. And I've always supported the police, but it's the school of thought that I come from. Like, everybody can do their best, and they need to come to the every day trying to be the best person that they can possibly be. So I won't back off of that, but these guys did an amazing job. They need more credit than they had. I mean, people think Idaho is so old fashioned and out back, but these guys, they hit a home run, man. That affidavit is impressive. And I'm glad to be wrong. I wanted to be wrong. And I told them to their face. I looked them in their eyes and said, prove me wrong, and all is forgiven. And here we are, and all is forgiven. And I'll say that on camera, and I'll tell everybody, I was concerned, but I was wrong. They were right. And I'm okay with that. I have my person now. We have our person of interest, our defendant, and we will go after him, and he better be ready.
I can't thank you enough for spending the time with us tonight, Steve and Christy and Shannon as well, especially on a day like you've been through today. And I send you love and strength as you embark on this journey. And I look forward to covering this as well and seeing justice actually coming through for all of you and your families.
Thank you. You've been dedicated to this story. That's why we're here, because we appreciate hard work and effort, and you have been amazing. You have been so strong on this case, and it doesn't go unnoticed.
And I believe the same with Brian. I think Brian is one of your coworkers, and he's been great as well.
Well, we'll continue. We're not letting go. We're going to make sure that we're on it as well with you. Again, as I said, on this journey. And as I said, Shannon, I'm going to connect with you after the program and hopefully get you in touch with Joe Petito. It'll be, I think, helpful. Thank you both. Thank you, all three of you. I so appreciate it.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Now, there's reasons why I'm showing you guys these things, okay? Steve Goncalves, I love this family like they're my own. I know that doesn't make sense, but as I've said multiple times, yeah, Eddie, I did, by the way. I feel like these are America's kids at this point. okay, or the world's kids, okay? The reason why that they're referring to Joe Petito is because Gabby was unalived the same in the same, not the same way, but a father losing their child in the same sense. And Joe kind of reminds me a lot of Steve. Joe Petito and Stephen Colbus remind me a lot of each other. They're very passionate about their kids. They were very, very forthcoming and very involved in the investigation. Okay. And I feel strong that they're a lot alike. Okay. So that's why. I mean, I know it was a domestic violence situation completely, Leah. I get it. But Joe is an advocate for these things as well as Steve has become. And these guys this family is amazing. They're beautiful people, guys. Their whole family. Okay. Steve, mind you, is a very, very smart person. He's an IT guy. He said that multiple times. You can't just do that. You can't just be any Joe Schmo to do that kind of work. Steve talks very cryptically and always has about things that he's talking about with this case. And if you listen to him when he says certain things and read between the lines, you pick up on other things, okay? And that's been from the beginning, you guys. Something he said is what brought me to the one conclusion that I have about the scenario that I was talking about. Where's it at? Where is it at? I think this was the one. If it's not, I'll find it. Give me a moment here.
Good evening, America, and welcome to the special edition of Cross Country on location in Moscow, Idaho. Tonight, we remember Ethan, Zaina. Thank you so much for joining me tonight.
All right. There's another one I want you guys to see here. I'm having you guys watch these for a reason, okay? It's not just to keep going through this. I want you to watch them, but this one is just him. I want you to watch him, and I want you to listen to what he's saying. Really listen to what he's saying on every one of these guys, because I have found things out just from listening to Steve talk, okay? Because he does say things cryptically because he knows he can't say certain things outright, okay? And I'm telling you, I've picked up things from him every time I've watched an interview of his, every single time.
Now we continue to grieve with you and your family, and we're hoping to get answers for you. Sir, when was the last time you talked with law enforcement about the case?
Well, we just had a vacation. Law enforcement told me that they were going to drop off a little bit and not to expect the same type of communication that I had gotten before. They passed it on to another person. So basically, long story short, it was Wednesday, 5 p.m. was the last time that they reached out to me. So, yeah, that's rough.
Sir, what are they telling you?
They're kind of just telling me that they can't tell me much, which is frustrating to me because I've been very trustworthy. I do know things. I haven't shared things. We're the same family that found the original timeline. We're the same family that broke into the phones. We tried everything in our ability to try to get into this system because a court order is not the fastest thing. So we broke in and we did what we did. We know that we have some family passwords that we all share. So we broke in and we helped them. So it's hard for me to give up as a father my protective ability to other men.
Sir, they have shared with us that it was a targeted attack. Can you give us any information about that? Have they told you who the target was or given you more insight than they have the public?
I don't want to talk bad about them because these are some hardworking individuals, and I'm doomed without them. We're all doomed without them. This defund police is just a terrible idea. The fact that we're finding out that there's more than just my daughter and these children that have suffered
it's terrible to think that we can defund these guys. It's an absolute atrocity. That's not something that is it's political. It's not political. This is just facts, guys. We can't allow these people to just run free. So beyond that, they haven't shared a lot. We have some private detectives that have reached out to us and given us information. We take that with a grain of salt and we try to be careful. Just today, I reached out to the
I'm
officers.
trying. I thought I set it off already.
This guy's treated me with respect on the show. I'd like to share some things with him that I found out on my own, and they asked me to not do that. So we're holding our tongue. We're waiting patiently, but we're definitely concerned.
Yeah. So, sir, I had the opportunity to speak with those same law enforcement officials today and was able to get some information out from them as well. We want to do everything that we can do to get you answers and to solicit more information for the timeline. But there's gaps in that timeline. Is there anything that you can share with us that may put people in that direction where they would feel willing to share about that timeline?
I've heard a little bit of feedback on this that people are nervous about the timeline. I'm going to tell you guys that there's so much attention on this. If you can share your information, if you can post it, I mean, it's the internet. You can do these things anonymously. Go forward. You don't have, and for those people who are afraid, like maybe I was intoxicated or I'm underage, that's not what they care about, guys. They're not looking at that. That is not going to happen. So give your information, give out that picture, that image, that video, that selfie, whatever it is, give it out and know that there's zero chance that they're coming to you for, ruining your career or your anything along those lines. They're just looking for data right now. And you could be the key. You might be something that has been overlooked. So I just implore people to come forward, especially when you're even close to that timeline, because technology is the only thing that doesn't lie, really. It's just data. And then we can analyze it as a society and determine what it is, but it doesn't lie. It's just simply data. So it's better than an eyewitness. It's better than anything that we can produce. It's right up there with DNA. And I just implore you, sometimes even if you think that selfie has nothing in the background, maybe there's a car that should be there, that somebody said in their alibi, I parked right here next to this tree. And then there's that tree and there's your car's not there.
Steve, we're going to put that number on the screen for people to call.
I've tried turning the Discord down, guys. I'm sorry. I keep trying. It keeps coming back on for some reason. I'm working on it. I promise. My apologies.
Thank you.
Give any information. Sir, thank you so much for coming on the program. Keep us posted on what's going on in this investigation. We'll continue to follow it. Thanks again.
All right. Now,
good evening.
All right. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to try this one more time. This is so irritating. I cannot figure out why it won't stop. What in the hell is the deal with this? Let me try it that way. Hopefully that did it. I pray. Okay. Now, this one. This one was very telling in my opinion as well. This is one of the most important interviews they've had with him, in my opinion.
and Steve Gonzalez. Thank y'all so much for being with me. You guys have been so transparent and strong for the public. Christy, you called the person that did this the boogeyman.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
It's literally like what nightmares are made of. Like when you're a little kid and you think of the boogeyman, that's just how I feel. Like that's just the horrific details of everything. Them just having a good time, going home and going to bed, and that's happening to them.
Your best friend crawling into bed.
Just crawling in bed.
Every
and
girl
the
in
boogeyman
America
comes.
knows what that's
The
like.
boogeyman doesn't, meet you at McDonald's. I mean, the boogeyman comes and snatches you out of your bedroom.
Steve, we've been talking. I've been talking to folks in the community. You said something that stuck with me. You said, until this person is caught, you can't sleep in your bed.
No, I can't just lay in my bed and do nothing. That's not the way I raised my family. That's not the way I raised my girls and my son. You don't be a victim. You stand up for yourself and you do everything in your power to make sure people hear you. And they're gonna hear Kaylee. They're gonna hear Maddie. They're gonna hear these.
The other two as well.
Yes.
All of them.
I'm careful saying anything about them because I need to be careful because I can't speak on somebody else's child. But these two girls, I'm not trying to be a glory hound, but these two girls, I'm going to do what I can do. And we're not being victims. We're going to fight. We're going to figure out how to make sure that we hold everybody, accountable, and we keep eyes and attention on this and get this thing resolved.
Steve, you have made it very clear to our audience that you are supportive of law enforcement. You support the investigation. But recently, I've been watching and talking with you, and you're getting frustrated. What does that frustration come from, sir?
They put certain people between you and the officers that are making things happen. And those people are like lawyers and they don't want to say anything. And they don't have the guts to come up and be alpha and be like leaders and say, hey, we might say something that's wrong. We're going to take that hit. So the officers, they look me straight in their eyes. The lead detective looked me in his eyes. I have no doubt he's working as hard as he can. But somebody isn't communicating. There's nothing being released. It seems like they're trying to suppress the story. We want to put rewards out there. Like, don't do that. Yeah, I get it. Your town.
You heard him say it just as well as I did. It sounds like they're trying to suppress the story. They have been doing this from the beginning. The very beginning. I mean, there it is, okay? It came out of his mouth, and that's what they've been doing. Word for word, guys. It's unbelievable, and it's coming from their mouths as well. This is why I'm showing you guys this stuff, okay? Like I said, I love these guys, this family to death, because these people right here, this is a true American family, folks. They believe in rights and the protection of their family. And why don't we want to? This was before Brian was apprehended, okay? So therefore, they didn't want a reward for that scenario. This really bugs me, though. That's why I'm showing you these things, because it's even coming out of his mouth early on in the investigation. They're doing these things, guys. Going back to what we looked at with the documents today, it's coming from all. It is what it is. Anyway,
Doesn't want to have reward posters posted all over when you come and you do your rush. You're not going to get a lot of students if they see those things. But this community is not going to heal until this guy's pulled off the streets. It ain't going to happen. Think it through. It's not going to happen. He has to be off the streets. We all are working for the same thing.
When was the last time y'all heard from the police?
Thursday,
we looked at our phone records. We want to be accurate. We don't want to sell anyone out.
about 3 o'clock on Thursday.
And did y'all get an update from the police about the investigation?
There was nothing. We have no updates for you.
There was no update. They needed me to sign a waiver form so that they could investigate something.
Some mail.
That was mail related. So we're working with them. We're not selling them out. We love our law support.
The FBI, everybody that's here. We just have no information as family, and it gets tough day after day after day. I mean, every day you just wake up and think today's the day. we're going to hear something, and you see these, oh, there's a break in the case, and it'll just be something stupid.
The sixth person on the lease that was never there. Stop playing games. This is serious. These are people's lives, and this is the future of this community. There's going to be 10,000, 15,000 kids that come into this community next year, or they don't. So be serious.
I had the opportunity to speak to some of my sources, and I've been told that there were differences in the way that the victims were killed. Some were more severe than the other. And this week we heard the target attack walk back and then reverse it back to it being a target attack. What can you tell us about the targeted attack?
They have told us that it was targeted, but they told us they can't tell who. We asked specifically, and they said, we'll try to get that information to you. And they got back to us a day or so later, and they said, we're sorry, we can't give you that information. But then a day later, we saw in the news that it was not targeted, or they think the whole house was targeted. But
I'll cut to the chase.
Yeah.
Their means of death don't match.
Maddie's
They don't.
and Kaylee's cause of death, it does not match based on the autopsy report.
They don't match.
Would indicate that one of them.
He doesn't have to
may
go
have
up
been
the
target.
steps. Let's stop playing games, guys. I need somebody to step up and be an alpha. Be somebody to be a leader. Don't make me do it. I don't want to do it. He doesn't have to go up the steps. Their points of damage don't match. I'm just gonna say it. Wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral. I paid for that. It's my right. You ain't taking that from me.
Calm down.
If you don't want to say nothing, that's your bet. But don't say I'm leaking anything. I paid that bill. Set my
That has always given me goosebumps, and there is what I'm saying. Okay, that thank you, Linnell. They didn't have to go upstairs. He didn't say he said they didn't have to go upstairs. Now, also, that is what tells me, in my opinion, that Xana and Ethan were the target. Okay. As they ask the question, Steve comes up and says they didn't have to go upstairs because that is where Kaylee and Maddie were. Okay. That's where I'm coming to my conclusions from, folks. No matter how many times I hear it, I get goosebumps from that because you can feel the anger and the passion running through his veins when he talks because he's calmed down now. He has calmed down since this interview. They calmed him down, which is why he got an attorney. Okay. The point is that's what I'm talking about. Like he knows, he has known. Okay. And what I'm telling you guys, Xana was the target. I feel so almost confident in what I'm saying. And I feel like at this point that somebody went to Steve and said, listen, you can't do this anymore. Maybe threatened him with something, said, it's going to ruin the investigation. We won't get what we want. We won't do this. We won't do that. Whatever. I feel that these kids were hanging out in the kitchen, doing their thing. They were ambushed. They went after Xana and Ethan. The girls went upstairs. They tried to go after them, but as Steve's saying, they didn't have to. They weren't the target. He didn't say that. That's what I read from it, though, okay? I'm sorry to say that. And I don't have proof of what I'm saying. I feel like that's what it is based on my speculation from seeing this and hearing other things, guys. They never had to go upstairs.
My daughter to college to get an education. She came back in the box, and I can speak on that.
I was also told from sources that are closer to an investigation because there was a lot of roommates in there. And this was horrific for those roommates that were there as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
The preservation of this crime scene. Witnesses tell me that it may have well been preserved because the phone was passed around between one of the fraternity members and the girls. One of them unfortunately witnessed the death, the body there. Can you confirm that?
We cannot actually. We know nothing about that whole phone call. We've asked, and it's. I mean, I know that a lot of people want to know, but that's just not our agenda. We just are like, somebody called 911. Somebody was reported unconscious. We don't really know. I mean, we've heard so many different things, and nothing has been clarified or been told to us at all. And I mean, I don't know if I personally have asked anything about that. I don't know if you have asked that, but we know that this is getting 3 weeks in, and it's starting to get. We don't want it to go cold. We're reaching out. I've reached out to friends down in California today that have connections that we're hoping to raise some money to get a reward, to get a private investigator.
Third party.
Why go the private route? Do y'all worry that at the end of this week that this case may be
100%.
cold?
We're scared.
When you tell me you don't want a photo up there with the reward offering information, that kind of sounds like you're trying to like suppress the story. I mean, why do you not need help? But hey, I could be wrong. And you officers, I apologize if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I want to,
absolutely.
please forgive me. Please forgive me. But if you don't have the information, people do know. If they don't, then the community, this is a community that is IT based. These guys live a digital footprint like we've never. All of us older people, we don't know how much that digital footprint could be helpful. So that's what we asked for. I hope like a DNA, family lineage, if they could come out here and just start taking, this town is not that big. We could figure out this, and it might not be him. It might be a family member. We have family all going to the school together. You know, there's cousins, there's aunts, there's uncles. We could find this guy with volunteers.
Lineage companies where
Put Idaho on the map.
Christy, Steve, we're going to stay on this case.
Thank you.
We're not going anywhere.
Thank you.
You guys have been candid with us. We'll keep asking questions. Any resource that we have available, our audience is praying for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. It was big for you guys to come back to Moscow tonight. I know it took a lot of courage to do it, and I'm hoping we can get some answers for you. Thanks so much for joining me tonight.
There it is, everybody's.
Good evening, America, and welcome to the special.
Have some private detectives that have. You can post it.
And watch the background. What are you talking about, Alyssa? Dago, go back and look at her face. Are we talking about Christie's? Is that what you're talking about?
But if you don't have the information, people do know. If they don't, then the community. This is a community that is IT based. These guys live a digital footprint like we've never. All of us older people, we don't know how much that digital footprint could be helpful. So that's what we asked for. I hope like a DNA, family lineage, if they could come out here and just start taking. This town is not that big. We could figure out this, and it might not be him. It might be a family member. We have family all going to school together. You know, there's cousins, there's aunts, there's uncles. We can find this guy just with volunteers.
Lineage companies where
Put Idaho on the map.
Christy, Steve, we're going to stay on this case.
Thank you.
We're not going anywhere.
Thank you.
You guys have been candid with us. We'll keep asking questions. Any resource that we have available, our audience is praying for you guys. Thank y'all. It was big for you guys to come
back to Moscow tonight. I know it took a lot of courage to do it, and I'm hoping we can get some answers for you. Thanks so much for joining me tonight.
Yeah, I heard that. I didn't know. What did you think it was, Alyssa? I saw there was vehicles going by. You could see it in the windows behind. What is it? What is it that you're referring to though about that? Yes. Who was in the car or truck? Oh, did you guys the truck? Yeah, I heard that in the background. You could hear it. Yeah, yes, Harla, or who said that? Yeah, Noni, I remember seeing that. Right, that's what I've seen. That yeah, there was blood. It looked what looked like blood on one of the cabinets in the kitchen. So that's, in my opinion, another reason why I believe that the kitchen was the place where things started at. Yeah, Steve wanted DNA pulled on the entire town at that point. He really did. But they gave him, you see what they did, you guys, okay? At that point, Steve Goncalves was fed up. He was done. They weren't giving anything. There was nobody even remotely close to a suspect that they had mentioned to him, right? So what did they do? They gave him a suspect to calm him down. And then the next interview, you find out after they arrest Brian, I'm okay. I apologize. We have our guy. We have a guy. We have a suspect now in custody. That's what they did. They gave him a suspect. Boom, like that, because they knew that's what he needed. I'm sorry, but that's wrong. I think that they rushed through everything with him. Right. That's how I feel about this, folks. I really do. I feel that they jumped on who and how they could, whoever they could find to put with this and said, here you go, Steve. Here you go. Now, settle down. Because they were trying to settle him down the whole time. It wasn't working. Yeah, I don't know. The cabinet colors, Heather's right. They did spray a chemical that one, I never can remember the name of it. What the hell is that called? Right. They were 100% feeling the fire, V. They really were. And you see how they got the guy. They got him. They rushed and they got him however they could. Because Steve was pushing, the ballot on certain things, guys. He got private investigators. He was pushing. At one point in the interview that he had, he was stating, one of the interviews he had, Luminol, thank you, Carolyn. He was stating that they were telling him to calm down, to slow down, that him and his family were investigating this themselves, and that he was ahead of them. Okay? Thank you, Miss Heather. And they needed him to slow down because they had to do it in a certain way. He was just doing his thing. The whole family was out investigating. So at that point, they were like, okay, we have to get somebody in custody so that he'll calm down. And in my opinion, before he finds something out that he shouldn't and goes apeshit on something. You know what I mean? That's why I think they jumped on that. I know that you guys think I'm probably crazy for saying that, but that's how I feel, and I have felt that way. I showed you these interviews for a reason, to show you the buildup, okay, and the drop down of Steve Goncalves. He is the one and only person in this case that I have watched that has put forth 100% effort and started him and his family started investigating immediately. We saw that, okay? And he said that the FBI stepped up to him and said in the interview that he did with Olivia, okay? And said, whoa, Steve, we appreciate what you're doing, but you're getting ahead of us. You're going ahead of us, and we have to do things in a protocol, you know, and you need to slow down. You need to calm down, Steve. Why would they tell him to slow down? Unless there was something they didn't want him to get to before they did, in my opinion. Okay. There was something. They go, the others are standing back, so there are no issues with in misinfo. Wait, what are we talking about here, Alyssa? Anyway, there was a, I think they were afraid that he was going to come upon something before they could and either deal with it himself or put it out for the news to see before they could get to it and lock it down. So in my opinion, because they wanted him to slow down, they said it to him. He says they did. They hurried up and got a hold of a suspect for him to calm him down, like I'm saying. And now, as we saw, once they got Brian in custody, Steve calmed down. I mean, he's still not, you know, letting go, but he's a lot calmer than he used to be. Points of damage means like the places where they were attacked and the wounds. Yeah, I'm about to bring it down, Salty. I'm still going down. Or I'm going to be bringing it down. I know we've been in here for a while, guys. I just wanted to get these points out to you guys. Don't forget, you guys, tomorrow, Mr. Rory from Thou Shalt Not Kill is going to be here on panel with us. We're going to get to meet him, talk to him, get his take on everything, you know, and see what's going on in his world. I don't agree. I'm sorry. Okay. I think they have more video of VK and knew he was the main suspect. Too many Ellie working this case to just pick someone out of the blue to arrest. No, I'm not saying they pick someone out of the blue, Green Eyes. I'm saying Brian's involved in this somehow. Okay. He's definitely involved in this somehow. I'm not saying that they just said, hey, grab him. Not like that. No, that's ridiculous. They're not that stupid. Okay. They've made mistakes, but that would be just complete idiocracy to do that. What I'm saying is they settled in on a specific person quickly, okay, to suffice, what's the word I'm looking for? Suffice the fact that there had not been anybody put in custody yet, okay? That's what I'm saying, all right? I'm not saying they just grabbed whoever they grabbed. You know, Brian's involved in this somehow, okay? I've always said that. Good to see you, Aunt Clara. Brian is innocent till proven guilty. I say that every day, multiple times a day. I mean, it is what it is. I feel that strongly about that because I watched the progression and degression of Steve Goncalves, and I believe that's why. Okay, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's okay. Like I said, I may end up eating pounds upon pounds of crow after this case is over, you guys. I'm okay with that. I would rather be wrong than not at all. Okay, if that makes any sense to you guys. That's all I'm saying. Okay, what are you guys talking about here? Blah, blah, blah. I have pictures of those kids proving it. Proving what, Miss Alyssa? On my channel that I prove they are lying about the layout of the house and whose room is what. What do you mean by that, though, Alyssa? Smoke, ashes, and soot in New Jersey. That should be affecting us here in Ohio, too, I would think. And I don't know. Right. That's exactly what he said. The manner of death is different, not just the wounds. That's a fact. I'm in Ohio. I don't think our air looks all crazy. Let me check something real quick. Okay, so our skies and air seems pretty clear here. Oh, yeah, the pictures we were talking about the other day. Wow, okay. That's crazy. Yeah, guys, I'm going to be bringing this down here in a minute. Appreciate your guys' input today. But like I said, we will have Rory here tomorrow. We have plenty more to talk about. Oh, wow. Holy hell. You weren't lying. Good God, you guys. Look at this. Before anybody goes anywhere, look at this. This is a live cam of Manhattan and the Brooklyn Bridge. Look at this. Look how hazy that is. Good Lord. That's crazy. No, you'll be fine, Manny. Just be respectful. I'm asking everyone in here tomorrow. If you, wow, that's crazy looking, folks. If you have issues, let's just be respectful. Yeah, we look okay where I'm at in Ohio, but this is scary looking, guys. Good Lord. Where are these fires originating from? This is a live cam looking over the Brooklyn Bridge in Manhattan. What they were saying, Harlot, listen, okay. The manner of death and the type of wounds don't match, because they should match to an extent if the same weapon was used on every person. They should match, but they don't. They haven't. That's been said from the beginning. That's why you would expect that. If one person went in, okay, with one knife, one type of knife, the K-bar they're claiming, and attacked all four people and unalived all four people, the wounds are going to match to an extent, in some sense, but they don't. Okay, in the PCA, I read out that there were 3 different types of wounds. Okay, that looked like there were 3 different types of weapons used. Me and Jules reviewed that in here with you guys one day. So that's why it's expected that there should be, because they've only come up with one weapon. They've only said that they have that one type blade, the K-bar. This isn't a K-bar, but it's kind of close, okay? That type of blade that was used, that's the only thing, the weapon that they've come up with. And then they say they found the knife sheath for that type of weapon in the crime scene, right? But in the PCA, it states that there's 3 different types of wounds. There's and we'll go over it again tomorrow if we have to. Which to me implies that there's 3 different types of weapons, which in turn may very well possibly say 3 different people. Okay. Now that's all speculative because we haven't gotten proof of that yet. But if one weapon was used, oh man, can you please pull that up on the PCA? I can tomorrow, Mandy. I promise you. I have to get off here though, hon. I apologize. I do. I got things I got to get done, and I've been on here for a long time. Thank you, Heather, again. But yeah, I will pull that up tomorrow. We're going to go over that when Rory's here, because I want his opinion on that as well. Truth is in the rabbit hole. Dago will protect you 100%. He's a great guy. As long as you are comfortable, he will keep you anonymous if you want. Oh, well, I mean, okay. Thank you very much, Angela. I appreciate that. I try. I do try. You too, Cricket. Again, thank you, Heather. For those of you that are absolutely CJ, thank you for jumping in here, brother. For those of you that are experiencing this right now, please be safe. My apologies that you're going through this. Thank you, Mandy Joe. I appreciate that. I do. We're going to get into that stuff too. I'm going to be asking questions with Rory about his opinion on certain things. We're going to go over all that, guys. But I'm asking you all, please, if for the sake of the channel and for me, if you would, just out of respect, please just treat him respectfully as we would anybody else. If you disagree with things he says, that's okay. That's what it's all about, folks. We're allowed to do that, okay? Just be respectful of the fact that he's a guest on the show. That's all I'm saying. If you have any disagreements with anything he says, that's all. And I know you will, because you are all so very awesome in here. I love each and every one of you guys. I appreciate you all so very much for being here. As I always do, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Again, guys, tune in tomorrow from between 12 and 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, we're going to have Rory from the Thou Shalt Not Kill True Crime. And we're going to be talking to him tomorrow and looking at some other stuff as we were today. Keep the things in mind that we talked about, guys, today. Just remember why I showed them to you, okay? And that's all I'm saying. I sent you pick. You sent me pick. What did you send me pick, huh, Gina? What did you send me? Anyway, I'm going to look real quick. Hold on, Gina. I'm not leaving yet, folks. But yeah, anybody that's experiencing this wildfire thing, whatever, God bless, and please be safe. I'm so sorry to hear that you're going through that. 100%. That's horrifying. Our air quality seems to be good right now. You are welcome, D. Smith. Thank you for being here. And that goes for all of you. I appreciate each and every one of you guys, even the people that don't agree with me. I appreciate. Okay, I do. I love you guys to death, because that's what makes this go round, guys. It's okay to disagree with me. New York City. Okay, Gina, I got you. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? Holy hell. This is insanity, folks. When was this? Good God. Oh my God. That is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. I can't believe that. You can barely see the buildings in the background, folks. That's orange. That was at 2:13 p.m. Eastern time today, which was about 2 hours ago. Based on what time I'm seeing here, that is insane. If you guys are in the middle of that, please, please, please stay inside. The best you can, stay out of that. That is crazy. Thank you, Gina. I did not realize it was that damn bad. That's what it looks like. Holy God. I will be praying for you. That's for sure, folks. Please check on Cece. Yes. Cece lives right in the middle of that and is out and about all the time. She's not in here. That's crazy, folks. That's scary. Well, yeah. What about the animals and the small children that were outside playing because it's nice outside? Quebec and 2 Jersey Friar. This is crazy, folks. Storming there were places that were basically like, oh my God. Oh my God, what is going on? Yeah, even staying inside, it's hard to avoid, this type of thing. There's air conditioning systems and ventilation systems that are running, and it's circulating into people's homes and buildings and stuff. Oh my God, this is crazy. I have never seen anything like that in my life. Good Lord. Again, guys, if you're in the middle of this or even near this, please be safe. Take whatever precautions you have to and you can. And just be careful as you can. If you start to feel something, you get to a hospital as fast as you can. If you have any masks left over from COVID, try to use those if you have to go out in this. It's the only thing I can say to you. I'll be praying for each and every one of you guys that's involved in this scenario. This is insane. Gas mask, yes. If you have that, Cowboy's right. Or a COVID mask may help a little bit. But something, just, this is crazy. Yeah, out here, it looks fine, guys. It's pretty out. The sky's blue. This is crazy, though. I've never seen anything like this. Felt dizzy earlier and have a headache now. I'm so sorry, CL. Stay out of it if you can. Stay inside. If you're in Canada, Jersey, New York, or any surrounding areas, you know, get out of it. Stay inside. Jesus. I love you guys to death, like I said. Absolutely do. You guys are my people, the people. Thank you all for joining me today. Thank you for supporting the channel. Okay, well, make sure she's okay, Brandy. Ask her if she's doing. I have asthma too, guys. When I was a firefighter, I got smoke inhalation twice, and it caused me to have bad things with my lungs and so on and so forth. So, if something comes around here, believe I'm locking down. Again, don't forget, guys, to love yourselves, to love each other. You guys are the beautiful people. And I love you guys, each and every one of you guys, so very much for being here and for hearing me every day and for wanting to hear me every day. Anybody that may have, what I was going to say, I'm reading your comments while I'm talking and I'm losing my train of thought. Anybody that, oh my good Lord, may have donated to support the channel. I understand. I thank you from the bottom of my heart, because that's what keeps me coming out here to you guys every day. I appreciate that so very much. Any super chats or super stickers, I do appreciate those absolutely as much as well. Most of all, I appreciate the fact that you guys are here supporting me. Yeah, there they are. The links for that. Anybody that did that, I appreciate that so very much. And understand that I appreciate mostly the fact that you guys are just here supporting me. That's the most important thing to me in the world. And it always will be. I appreciate the fact that you guys have been respectful to other people's thoughts and theories on this. Okay. As I have tried to be. And the email is in the chat on the very bottom, mayoris74@gmail.com. It just in a nutshell, there's the email, guys. I'm sorry I missed that. My apologies. I just appreciate you for being who you are, guys. That's it. Period. End of story. Nothing more. So once again, much love to each and every one of you. I hope you have an amazing rest of your day. If you guys are involved in this mess, please, 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 please take care of yourselves to the best ability you can. Take every precaution you can to take care of yourself. Again, I'll be praying for all you guys. You have all my thoughts, you and your families, all of you guys. I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. I will absolutely be here with you tomorrow, I hope. God willing. Like I said, between 12 and 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It should be a great show. Thank you guys so very much. We will talk soon. See you on the other side, folks.